Just getting better. So we had a tremendous finish from Ravana, and today we're gonna knock it out. We're not gonna go with it. But Rav Anan says that somebody that worships Avodah Zarah, he's a b'tzarka. You can still eat from the shechita. And the Gemara says, where do we know this one? Not from the story of Yoshafat and Achav. Achav made a bunch of steaks and he made a tremendous barbecue for Achav and his men, and Achav ate from it. Yoshafat ate from Achav, and Yoshafat was a tzaddik. He did not do Avodah Zarah. So you see that you're allowed to eat from somebody else over the Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara, how do you know it? We're all the way 14 lines from the bottom of the Dalan of the face. Vidilma Ovadia Zova, who told you that Achav, the Russia, he was the sheikh? Maybe Ovadia. Ovadia was one of Achav's men, but he was a woman. He was a tzaddik. He hid 100. He was not enough. He hid 100. Well, he asked me. He had a sefer called Ovadia. He hid 100 of me in the 2 caves, and he saved them. He saved 100. He worked hard. He risked his life. Like, think about the Shoah, risking your life saving Jews. He risked his life to save 100 Nevi'im. And in that source, he got the wall. He was a special person. So maybe Ovadia was the one who was the shaykhah. And for that, you're certainly allowed to eat Ovadia shechita. Maybe Ovadia Zarah. Says the Gemara, no, it's impossible for a human being to chef that much. If you remember the video from yesterday, there's a lot of food on the table. The Roy Ksiv, Ovadia Zarah, it's impossible for him to chef everything. There's 7,000 Yidden that did not worship Avodah Zarah. That was basically all of 7,000. Everybody else is wiped out, I believe. The Ksiv, the Sharti Yisrael, here it says possible. The Sharti Yisrael, Shivas Halachim, I only left over 7,000. About all those knees that didn't bow to the Avodah Zarah. Says the Gemara, yeah, but they weren't around to chef. Tamur happened with Tamur Mizevel. They were all hiding from Mizevel, the Russia, who killed all the Dog, who killed everybody. The Dilma Yared Achav Abimal. Maybe who said Achav was a bad guy, but maybe his people were all good. No something like that. That's not how it works. Say Moishel Makshiv al Varshaper. But Mushar said Mushar, if you have a bad leader, all the people are going to be bad. They follow him. So maybe Yeshav's people are also no good. And maybe they're the ones who ate the bad meat. Whatever the bad guys shechted, the people from Achar, so the people from Yeshav ate, because they were also bad. We already established there was at least one good shaykhah, but he couldn't shepherd the good people. But Ovadia was around, and he shepherded. And the thousands of people that came with the Yeshav, they all ate the treif meat from the treif guys. It's the same story that we said a second ago. With the Moishel Makshavat Vashem comes to Rishayim. When the leaders of Russia, all his people are Rishayim, done by the leader, follow the leader. The fire of Yeshua was a good person, so all his people were good, and therefore they wouldn't eat from that Hashem. As in the fact that they all ate that meat, you see that you're allowed to eat meat from somebody who's a Mumar of Avodah Zarah. They weren't that bad. Maybe they weren't the Shabbos. They weren't. That's the Torah. Just got a little Yitzhahara of Avodah Zarah, and that's okay according to Ramban. Maybe whatever Achav's people shefted, his own people like Zevul got rid of Yeshavas, and Yeshavas people also shefted. Yeshavas got rid. Maybe they came with their own shefting. Says you name. You seen that video? Should we see it again? Here, let's just show it just one more time. We might understand a little bit better now. You see that Yeshafat and Achav were very friendly. They did everything together. They were best of friends. Yeshafat, you don't see that as a tzaddik. Achav is good. And they themselves shafted him. This is Leroy. All the steaks, all blend chopped, everything. Oh, this is what the Gemara says. Best friends. We're telling him. Then they went to war together. You know, says Gemara, how do we know that they accepted all the bad stuff and the good from we're the same. I'm like you, you're like me. So I took upon myself all the innocent heter that you do. So when it says right there, that same passage, the 2 words later, it says my horse is like your horse. It also means that this is a heter. My horses and your horses, we all accept. They accept all the innocent heter of yours. I said this in the beginning when I started saying this year in Hebrew. So the other wanted me to say, Sardi Havara. And in all my place, should I speak like the Litvak, like the Yeshiva Havara and Sardi Havara. So I tried it out in the beginning, until this is the Makkah of Pavish. Got to the process, Ela Beretta, Vela, and I said, Ela Beretta, Vela Batukum. Okay, now, Maisi Shoya. Okay, Nami. It's a big problem in the Hebrew. It's a serious problem because the Olam, when we started out, even if we're more, let's call them cooler guys, more modern, they all went to yeshivas. They said, you cannot, we don't want to start Yavara. Don't say, like speaking Hebrew. We want yeshiva sheshprach. Okay, so we established yeshiva sheshprach, which was better for me because I'm more used to it. But then the problem is, you want to get to the Kilu Meat, clever, and some of them that inspired them, they come like, what do you say? They don't know, it's like a different language though. Literally don't understand what you're saying. So no, it takes about 3 days to get into it. I think it's less than 3 days. Okay, Nami. I told you guys that the first day, I looked it up last night, the first day of the Spanish, that base, it's only close to 1,000 views already. It's unbelievable. Close to 1,000 views. The shaila is if it's all, because I said in Shir yesterday that we do it in Spanish, so maybe all the Americans clicked in there. So we don't know. We'll see. It keeps on going. Bezer Hashem. It's crazy. Yiddish is coming soon. French is coming soon. French. Oh, so what is your horses are like my horses. The pshat is you're like tanks. The horses is a tank in those days. Whatever happens to your tanks, can happen to my tanks. We're going to war. Whatever happens to your horses, can happen to my horses. We're in this together. So, Kamani is not referring to this of a heter. It's referring to our bodies, our physical beings. We're going into war. Whatever happens to you, however many people are not going to make it, not going to make it from my side either. Hello, Mahafasa. How do you know that he took upon himself all the this of a heter of Acha? That Yeshua was masking for everything that happened over there in Hapshawai. Melech Yisrael, Yeshua, Melech Yehuda, Yosher, Kishav, Kiso. We're sitting each one on their own chair. We're wearing the clothes of a king. The garden is the threshing floor. I saw in the Gemara that it calls this one of the pshatim. He's masqueraded as a silo. I think it's a mistake. The garden means the threshing floor. Silo is more of a. Thank you. Silo is more of a storage vessel. A garden means the threshing place where people come and thresh I'm just trying to not if you don't think it's a silo. It's a threshing floor. The garden has a shire shoymrite in the gates of shoymrite. My garden. Editor, you don't have to edit. Don't leave it in. My garden, he's like the garden mamish. Also try to show garden nava. You can't be physically a threshing floor. You think there's a threshing floor as you walk in the showroom by the gate over there? Hello, garden. What do we sometimes refer to as the threshing floor? That's the Sanhedrin. It's not. Sanhedrin is a Gechatzi garden, Agula, something like this. They would sit, 71 would sit in a half a circle. Today, you run they can all see each other. And you don't do it in a complete circle because then you lock everybody out. If you can talk to come in, unless you want to stand in front of the Sanhedrin, how are you going to get in? It's very difficult. So you have a half a circle like this. So that's what it means. That they were, it's referring to the Sanhedrin, not to literally the pressure floor. But they accepted their halacha. Says the Gemara, let me say it. Maybe I have proof to Ravana, which I mentioned before. It's not going to last. But we have proof that what? That somebody was a Ovid of a Zara. It's a tremendous finish. We thought about it before we started the Sugya. You can say to yourself, guy, he's Ovid of a Zara. He doesn't believe in the Rebbeinu Shalom. He's worshiping someone else. So you're going to trust him for a hechsher? Rebbeinu says, yeah. So the Gemara goes into the beautiful story about it. But he decreed that there should be famine, 3-year famine. So, Achab was upset at him. You're putting an embargo. Gonna go kill him. So he had to run away from him. So how did he live? He ran away into a cave. The ravens bring him every single day. Lechem, basar, shmak, a meal of bread and meat. About bacon. But lechem, basar, ba'erev, and also in the evening. The morning and evening. Oh, what's the raya? It says Rav. Where did this meat come from? It came directly from the kitchen of Achab. Physically over, why from Achab? Read from Yeshua, maybe. Some people actually learn from Yeshua, but it doesn't finish his Gemara. That's what the Rebbeinu Shalom does. He shows you who's in charge. The person that's trying to kill you is the person that's going to feed you. I'm going to make it like that. He's feeding you every day. Thoughts of a yayin here in Boy's house. Beautiful video. Some server says it. Who's first? Say why Dafka ravens? Ravens, the Gemara says, I'm sorry, they're mean to their own children. And it was like a sign that I don't be enough. You're being too mean to Israel. They're famine, but let them go. So the Gemara says like this: Al-Pi Adibu Shine. You can't bring any rice from there. This is ravens from Hakadosh Baruch Hu, and Eliyahu was so on whatever Hakadosh Baruch Hu. If Hakadosh Baruch Hu is sending him the meat, I could eat it. It's from the Rebbeinu Shalom. You don't bring a raya. Oh, we're going to come from apples and really could eat it. So says Taisvas, we do all kinds of things, especially when they're. You don't know what might be something that we have about Yadibu or Tixi, Domara, Bosmas, Zalman, and also. Obviously, you have to come on to the Rebbeinu Shalom gave it. You have to come on to that answer. Says the Gemara. What's the answer? No, but obviously, if you don't say from Hakadosh Baruch Hu, you have a different problem. So you have to say, automatically you have to say came from Hakadosh Baruch Hu. She says no. So in Zel you there, she said obviously, if you got the meat from the raven, obviously, what's the problem with Boston and Salon? Is it from a Jew? From a goat? Obviously, it came from a Jew. So that's obviously, it doesn't come to be matter a shchita of a other kitab. That much what? No, in the Havamim. He's going in the Havamim before. That's why I have to say no. I'll be a Divashani, and that's why I cannot bring a raya from. That's something else. It's not. You're not possible. Very little remind me is just the Torah. But you can from Torah, from Shemayim, you can see whether or not it came from a Goy or Yitz. That part, yes. My Arvin. So we're learning Arvin means a raven. Amar Avinu Arvin Manish, literally a raven. But how do you know? Amar Lei Rav Adavar Min Yomi, if I want to break it down, we do a Trey David David Shmai Arvin. Maybe their names were Arvin. Because we see the Pasuk, we see Irvin, two Irvins. We don't say the Harbu is Irvin, it's Sur Irvin. It says, these guys' names are Irvin. This family listens to the Bayard Shmai Arvin. Come on. Two people with the same funny name, two Irvins. Nah. You're right. But two people both have that same funny name. That the name that's the bird, that's not a bird, a raven. But maybe there's a place called Erev, and they came from this. That makes more sense. Two people from Erev. Really see it. Irvine, Givaldi. They came from Irvine. Okay.
You are devoted. One of the most devoted.
Anybody that learned
the most like with the player haters ball, motherfucking unique is just a perennial favorite. Unique is everywhere. Oh, come on. He's already fucking editing. He's gonna have something up in the next 15 minutes. Brandon Job skips every question, even the super chat. And the name of the video is just Brendan Chubb dies live on stream. It's like, no, he didn't. Yeah, that's what gets views. B?
The shot is that she's actually a pilot. But she happens to be from...
Alright. Are you happy?
I know, but how is it in English? How does it fit into us in Los Angeles? When you come up with it, let me know. Tomorrow, if that's the case, if they in fact came from, if there were two people that came from a place called Erev, they came from Vienna, so they're called New Yorkers. You don't call it New York. If two people come from New York, they call New Yorkers. Two people come from Erev, they call Ervim. Which one? Oh, it's a city instrument. Let me say it like, I have another raya, and this is a freebie Rabbi side. We learned this sugi yesterday. I have a raya to Rabbanon that if somebody that chefs, and he's a big over of a Zar, he has a shtickle of a Zar going on in his house. He has a nice getchka. Says Rabbanon. It says that everybody's permitted to chef. Even somebody without a bris milah, but even somebody that doesn't believe. Who are we referring to over here? If his brothers they died after the bris milah, so they passed him, he cannot have one. He's a perfect Jew, of course he can be a shaykhah. He's a guy that's mizalzel in the bris milah. He's mevayet, says Rashi. He kicks it. He looks down at bris. Famous Sefer. It says that if somebody that doesn't believe in something, you're not allowed to use stature. If he over here dover means everything besides things that have to do with nevela and eating. I know sorry, you could do shkita. I said not. You could do shkita. But what? Somebody that doesn't believe in something in the Torah, one of the mitzvahs in the Torah, he doesn't believe in lulav and esrog. So that's like somebody that doesn't believe in bris milah. What's the difference? It's the same thing. So why are you repeating the same case? It can't be that you're repeating the same case. Let's go with the Ravana. So right there, I know what? Somebody that doesn't know have a desire. He's a haiva private desire. He's a lot of shit. With the Ravana, that's mikvah. No, they might woman have a desire of life. I say no, absolutely not. Something's over there. That's too much. Why? If you deny Avodah Zarah, it's like you admit the whole Torah. And if you do Avodah Zarah, it's as if you deny the whole Torah. So you deny the whole Torah, that's it. You can't check. Ella Mumar Lo Yisei Davar. He's a mumar to Nevelos, and that's the big chiddush that even though he's a mumar to Nevela, he doesn't believe in Nevela, but we can trust him in Shechita, which is in the same category. It's food. And like Rava says that a mumar to Nevela, a guy that eats cheeseburgers with the oven, we can trust him as a shofar. Meisvei. No, that's even chiddush. That's good with the chiddush. No, that's Rava. We already started yesterday. We already established it's a Rava. That says it's not a problem. If you're a mumar, I hear what you're saying. Why jump? But we already had that shita. Rava said yesterday that a mumar l'tiyavim on a vela is okay for shechita. So the Gemara is saying, why jump? Why go to Avodah Zarah? Take it down one step to nevela. Why take it down from Avodah Zarah all the way down to Megillah, the simple thing? Take it down one step. Meisvei, Mikem, Blake Kulchem. So it says in the Pasuk, Mikem, Korban Hashem. So it's not everybody. Mikem, which is talking about an Oyla and a Dava. Mikem, Blake Kulchem. Not everybody can. Lahanti Samumar. A mumar cannot bring a Korban. Here. Let's see. Here. Wow. It went in the order. That was my mistake. Let's see. I did this literally at 7:05, 5 minutes before show. But it happened by itself. Maybe somebody did it for me. No, I copied from another place. It could be goes in. Oh, Chesed Hashem. Maybe Yoshi got up and he did it for me. Mumar, no, because then the lamed wouldn't be touching the pot over there. Mumar, Mikem, like a license a mumar. A mumar cannot bring a karba. Mikem. Only in Klal Yisrael a mumar can't bring a korban, but in the nations, if you have a guy who's a shtickle mumar, he could bring a korban. Min ha-behema, the Havi b'nei Adam shedomim l'behema, the Gemara is going to talk about this on the page. There are human beings that act like animals. They're not mentioned. What does that mean? They don't keep the Torah. They don't keep mitzvahs. So they're animals. It's the word that got Rizal. Today is the day of that Rizal, like Boimer. I think he invented like Boimer, the point from Kevin Rich B. So the Rizal says that sometimes a person does an Aveira and he dies without doing tshuva. So Baruch Hu puts him in an animal, puts his neshama in an animal. And then another person does an Aveira, the same Aveira, but he does tshuva. And he goes to the Beis HaMikdash and he gets an animal. He's watching Zam, and the animal that he shucks as a carbon is that guy's neshama in there. And you shech and you take out the neshama. So you give that neshama of tikkun through the same aveira, the same thing through that. Some behemoths are doing l'adam. That's why we shouldn't be mitzvah animals. You never know. You might be mitzvah your own father. It's according to the Vrach. Give a smack. He's a father. Okay. We can't omru. We can't karbonos b'koishi Yisrael k'dish yachzor v'tshuva. You hear this? It's murder. Why do we accept a carbon from a guy that does that virus deliberately? Koishi Yisrael. He does it deliberately. K'dish yachzor v'tshuva. You have to give them a chance to come back with tshuva, and if you push them away, say, no, I don't accept your carbon, then they're pushed away forever. It's not like all the psychologists today say, you show them a lot of love, but never push them away. Give them a chance to come back. So Rabbi said, there's a song, you probably know it, not so many people know it, but those who don't know it, I want to teach it to them. Not that I don't know it so well, the other way is going to help me. But the few times that I heard it, I'm not joking, I cried. Every time, if you don't see me crying inside, I'm crying. It's a beautiful tefillah. It's a tefillah that the women get to say, us men don't get to say. They say it by, now I know why they cry. You know, women cry by Adakas Neiros all the time? The words are beautiful. Especially the high power, especially the part of road. So I want to teach you, and say it as a tefillah. It's more. Who's going to help me out over here? You guys over there. Lady, you know it? All right, here we go. These are the words. We'll only do the things one time, but the escaleros we'll do twice. All right, let's go. On the right two. We're holding in the green thing.
What does that even mean? If you're not a fat chick, get involved? What does that even mean? To see our children and our neighbors' children, all of them. They should all come back. All those who left. So the Gemara. There are two who we don't accept the Gemara. So you have to understand what this mummer is. That's one thing. That's number two. Somebody who does have a desire with wine, he does feel Shabbos for Hesi. There was a thing I didn't show you yesterday. It was a Chal Shabbos for Hesi. These guys, not the Chal Shabbos for Hesi, I don't know exactly. It's on Shabbos. That's a for Hesi, okay?
Are you done there? I need your mom. 2 days late on the protection money. Which means I owe you everything your body broke. But it's Shabbat right now. And on Shabbat, I don't draw blood. It's forbidden. So you come to me Saturday night after sundown, and I'll give you the beating I owe you. I'm going to pay at sundown.
Okay? Michal Shabbos for Hesio. Michal Shabbos for Hesio. Hopefully we got you like it. Who's the top one? Oh, for the Ellie likes it. Okay? I'll do for that. How much we can, but we put some noisy some over. We have a shtickle problem. Here we go. In the ratio, we have Mikan. Just remember the word Mikan, but we put some noisy some over. What is on the Mikan? So we said Mummer can't bring the card. What is on the Mikan? The body from place you stole. Then it says you could. Oh, gosh. That's not a big gosh. Ratio Mummer the card. It's cool. You see over here. Look, Mummer. The whole fire. So no, he can't bring. It's also Mummer the Dover. The middle part, if he doesn't believe in one thing, doesn't believe in Mummer the Krishna, he could bring the card. Famous say for whatever card. Just read. Besides somebody who's a Mummer and somebody who does have a bizarre wine, so let's do the same. It says Mummer, no. What does it mean? Which one is it? The purple. What's the purple? Mummer now. That's exactly what we said in the red. The red says, no. So you're not going to repeat yourself. And if he's only mourning for one thing, not for the whole Torah, it says in the forest that you could agree. But it's okay. Mummer and this is one thing. It's not two separate things. It's not a mummer plus somebody does it. He's a mummer for Avodah. Well, the Chal Shabbos is for Hesio. So it's the Chal Shabbos for Hesio. So Rashi says over here, it's a beautiful Rashi. He says, and we do all Rashis. These are very severe. Okay. He says that Shabbos is like doing Avodah Zarah. Why? So somebody that does Avodah Zarah says he believes in another entity. Machal Shabbos, Hayfer ben Maso. Somebody's Machal Shabbos, says Rashi. This man I'm a hope. And you don't believe in the reversion, why? We made a check, so show us like it's going from a nice liberation. You're saying that we're supposed to get in rest. And that's why I'm not resting. I don't believe in that whole thing. So it's very severe. Alma, what do you see from here? Mumma, the Zara, the Mumma down 32. We just said that the word Mummer over here, Mummer. The point that we have to say, we have to write over here, I didn't have time, Mummer, Laber, Zara. That's what it should say. And what? And he cannot bring his carbon. So you see, now like Ravana. See, someone that does have a Zara, can't even bring his carbon. What? That's just maybe the Jews or the Gemara. There's this, that. Yeah. There's some people do different things that we got out of it. We said, no, but I don't know about the Zara. Hold on, let's go back. I don't know about the Zara. I don't know about the Torah. But the Yom the Ravana, the Gemara goes away from Rava. Somebody who does have a Zara cannot be a good choice of you. Says Gemara, but you bring me a whole possible chance that you could bring a car, you can't bring a car. Mamaret, problem over. You learn from another possible. The famous base. From the parts of the different parts of Mamaret, problem over. I remember Shimon. Oh! Shimon. In the name of Shimon by his father. So I gotta remind Olam, Yossi Goldstein just sent in a thing. He dedicated. So the quick Maisa, it's not Gaiva but Wow. I don't usually say Maisa and Gaiva. This is a story about Ritzim Bar 4 years ago. There's 4 Ritzims on the daf. I'm not going here. And Yisrael Goldstein, he called up, he asked me if I could mention every single time that I say Ritzim Bar 5, stop and say Zarchel Kayama for his 2 daughters. Give me the names. And I said it in Shir, look back on like Weimer 4 years ago. Stopped the shir and he actually played a little music. And then on the 4th one, I said the reverse was do this kavana. It's not kavana. But wouldn't it be interesting if his daughter gave birth 9 months later? The Imam Shalei said, "What? Okay, sure enough, 4 9 months later came and went, and no phone call, so no Neis Nigla. Geraldic. Erev like the Omer. Can't make this stuff up. Erev like the Omer. Phone call from Michelle Goldstein. My daughter gave birth today. Exactly a year later on the day. He says, I want to tell you something else. It's even better. My other daughter gave birth 9 months after like Omer. I just didn't want to tell you. I don't want to mess up the whole thing. My other daughter. This is a picture. I went to visit that kid. I couldn't believe it. So when I was in New York, I went to visit that baby. But here's a picture of that kid. Today is his Alaka. The kid is 3 years old today. That's his whole Goldstein. Not AI. The story is AI. It's made up. Neither. I was wondering the same thing. I was a little deflated. But they didn't. Okay. Right there. But please don't be Mufarsin and Maisa. Don't think about it. Anybody want to sponsor this Reb Shimon for $10,000? Going once, going twice. Nobody's a believer here. A bunch of play from Reb Shimon. Asher likes to say him is Goga Valshe. Huh? Boomer MDY. Boomer Eli. Doesn't believe in the Moixim. If you believe, you jump up. Yes! 10,000, 20,000. Start it. There's a guy on the screen over there. Screw yeah, please. Too late. We're saying it. Rishon Rabbi Shimon. He said the name of Rabbi Shimon. Asher Leito said him is Goga Valshe. The what? Only Hashem need the outside. If somebody is willing, if somebody you tell him, what are you doing? You're eating kale. He goes, oh, hey, are you serious? That's a guy that can bring a carbon. Not a boomer. A guy that says, I know that it's awesome, but I don't care. A guy that says, I know it's awesome, I don't care. Tomorrow he can't bring a carbon. Hashem need the outside, maybe carbon. Hashem Yosef. If he would know, he would have taken it back. That's the person who bring a carbon. And he showed me the outside. But if he doesn't take it back, then he maybe carbon Hashem Yosef. Remember, might be nice. But according to everybody, according to both of them, the mummer cannot bring a carbon. Let's finish this now as a sponsor. It says in the parcel, look at this. In the same word after word, same line. So the it's always the same answer. Person who doesn't care about Caleb always eats Caleb. Oh, blood he doesn't eat. And he drank blood by mistake. That's the nafkir. If you hold that, had he known, like you shouldn't, had he known he wouldn't have done it, so he over here also. Had he known his blood, he wouldn't have done it. That was that video we did a long time ago. This is like one of the first videos that someone did.
נראה לך שותה דם, אני אדם דתי, סבא שלי היה רב גדול בפוילים.
Anyway, he doesn't drink dumb. Ellie, that's Mendy's favorite. Foiling. Oh. So this is a typical, this is a classic, you know, so we just said, and what just happened? We're in a kasha, and the parents, what are we doing over here? It's a kasha. We're in a kasha. Why did the Gemara say before that we learn mumernach from the word we can? We have another passage, we have another source. Mamar is the first 2 words on the Talmud, gives us another source. What's going on? We have 2 sources that say the same thing. So the Gemara knows, one source is telling us that you can't bring a chatas, and the other one you can't bring a utzrichi. And I need both of them. Yes, when a chatas, you should be kapara. This guy's not, he's not really for kapara. He's a bad guy. He shouldn't be able to bring kapara. Avaloila. But I would have a hamamino. The third rule, it's a gift to Hashem, maybe a tababine. You should accept it. Why do you need to? You don't have to zevach from Ta'eva. So you don't have to bring it. Don't bring it. I don't want your zevach. Your Russia. It's a It's abomination. But why should I have a mini should take it? Because Mendy always says, what does he say, Mendy? What does Mendy say? Let's hear from you. This guy. When the guy didn't have you say, you know what? You don't have to pay $500. You're such a bad guy, even $500 you're not gonna do. That's not right. Okay, you pay $1,000. Now you shouldn't get out of it. So how many? It's recall. The boys like turning into the daf. Global specialists in international financial services. Chaim Milrek. Who claim Himi Mirasi. Fralet Maskama. The so Shar. Spoiler. Israel. What's this picture over there? This is in 2020? Really? And you swear impressed. He's here with us today sitting. Wow, that's not a show. He hasn't sat in this table in ever. Ever. This is the first time he's sitting. Are you sitting here before? I thought you knew he was going to be in this. Wow, that's very cool. Who's the guy on the left? I don't recognize him. I said Joe Levy's on the right. Oh, Joe Levy's Uncle Joey. Uncle Joey. Joe Levy, we miss you. Okay, give out it. He's not coming with us to Morocco? But Morocco Pasha's coming. We're going to see Behemah. We're going out. We do got this. We're going to see Behemah. Do you see? But every time that a person acts like a Behemah, the Gemara says you're like a Behemah. A person like a Behemah. So the word Behemah means the first derogatory thing about Sid. Adam Behemah, the Shia Hashem, referring to Adam Rishon. Adam Behemah, the Shia Hashem. One Ram Yulam Rav, Elu B'nei Adam Shemarum in the Das. It's referring to great people. They're very, very clever. They're very smart. They have tremendous kishur. When we see them not like a Behemah, we have people like that in our prayer. I'm not kidding. Like geniuses. Wipe the floor with anybody in this room in kishur, and you'll never know about them. They were the humblest of the humble. A few of them. Most of them, I think. We don't know. We don't have any Bali guy, but I'm saying that you see this guy, he'll talk to you regular. He looks like just an average, you walk in the car, you'll never know that this guy is contains in his brain 100 times more than a regular human being. What? I really shouldn't touch me like that. Nevertheless, they have a tremendous amount. Passing Siv, over there, Siv, Adam, Behemah. It says, Adam next to Behemah, so it's referring to a great person. Behemah, the productive, when it says the animal itself, it's referring to a person that acts like an animal. What? That's what he's saying. He's a Hari Shebachabura, is the top of the Chabura, but he doesn't act like a Hari. He doesn't act like he acts like a Behemah. No, he acts like a Behemah. Okay, we have to understand Pshat and what he said. Talk about Behemah, the production. Says Gemara, while you see whatever time they say together, it's a good thing. But see, the Zerati is basically strong. Zerah is up, Zerah Behemah. So Rashi over here explains. So like partly Shana, these are people not that very good. Amaratzins, never learned, never read. They don't learn Chumash, they don't learn Mishnayis, they Shamash coming to Chachamim, they Shamash coming to Chachamim. You didn't even, okay, so you don't want to, so at least be a macher, going with them into Chachamim. No, all of us are in Zerah, these people are Zerah, others are Behemah, they're Chachamim, who is running the poison, or poison, the brother, or a boy type. All the people are going to have children. So the Gemara says over there, so it's a bad thing. But it doesn't say other Behemah together. There's a word in between. It says Zera Behemah. Zera Behemah. What do we do? We stop over here. Okay. Yabosai. Have a wonderful day and about to go like Ba'omer. Thank you for coming. You should spreading drugs around the world. Sponsor a shirt today. Good morning, Rabbi Isai. This reminds me what else we were supposed to modify. Just a test to see if the other knows. Rabbi Isai, thank you very much. Today, היום 2 יום שהם 4 שבועות ו4 ימים לא oimer. 1 day from now is, I'm not going to say the word, I can't even say it. We're holding there. This is in Washington Heights, our boy site satellite location. But what I liked a lot over there is this guy has a Medidas hat already. Check it out. Special thanks to Medidas. We have to be seated, please. Special thanks to Medidas for joining our Nova CEO. Pulling kickoff. Shout out to Josh Dredd for being Messiah and the two Daf Yoder Maschilim. Best, Naftali Palchek and MDY Washington Heights. It's not about the car, it's about the top. Thank you, Hashem, for giving me a second chance to hop around to learn another daf with MDY. Thank you, Rebelli, for the devotion and dedication of their respect. If you always be gezind, stark, at Meh, Be'esrim. I don't know, your Talmud, Rabbi Yankel Pilchik Jr. Siyum of MDY Muncie Bucherim Group. Lakewood Siyum, Rabbi Isai. Lakewood Siyum. Very nice turnout over there. But Rabbi Samanowitz from Alizayis, the company that's doing our Gemara so far, he's our guest speaker. Avrami Hirsch, 13 years old, being signed his 7th Masechta. Baltimore seeing over 60 plus people. Unbelievable. Baltimore, keep it up. Hollywood, Florida, in our one of a kind. A whole caravan that's dedicated to MDY, as you see the sign on the wall with the beautiful flat screen TV. Made a seal over there in Hollywood, Florida. Dallas seal. Beautiful turnout of 20 plus people in Dallas. Dear Rebelli Stefanski, it's hard to put into words with these past 1,633 days, 4 years, 5 months, and 21 days have truly meant. This is from an 18-year-old in London, Shia Spiro. Yet today, through kindness, Daf Bays, you've shown up with unwavering dedication, not just to teach, but to give your time, energy, clarity, your heart. That kind of, it doesn't just pass by. It becomes part of our people's lives. It builds something lasting, not only knowledge, but discipline, connection, and a sense of purpose. What stands out isn't just the number of days, but what those days represent. Showing up again and again, no matter what, and giving your best each time. That kind of community leaves a real mark in people learning with you. 1,633 days is an incredible achievement, but more than that, it's a reflection of something deeper, genuine dedication. What is he giving me? But it's him. But I just started signing Daf Bays. Okay. Tap on the shoulder for him. Thank you for your patience, your passion, and for showing day after day what true consistency looks like. What you built matters more than can be fully expressed. With deep gratitude, Shia Spiro, age 18, London, UK. This is one of the shortest emails I ever received. It doesn't have anything in the actual, just the subject line. Please do the daf in Yiddish, like you're doing in Spanish. First of all, I got to tell you, this is incredible stuff. Spanish is going very well. It just the first year that I looked at it had close to 300 views. It's not bad for day one on YouTube. And then it went to another place as well. But the Pella is, and this is, every time we used to say, wow, 500 people joined this business after 1,000 people there. We had for Chagiga, 2,000, 3,000 for Megillah, whatever it was. For Chulin, and this is in the middle of Shas, this towards the end of Shas, to expect 1,000, 2,000 people. Over 6,000 people joined Chulin. You understand the number? Over 6,000 between Hebrew and English. It's a crazy number. The big question is how to keep them, how to engage. How do you engage 6,000 people? Not everybody, unbelievable. That's how we get rid of people like you. And 6,000 came because seriously, he's back. Rabbi Stro, Rosh Koil from where's he place again? Hakim. Sefira Soimer, the Fuat Hasmor, the business Shlito. Oh, I know I missed something here. There's a bunch of these. It's interesting. 2 people sent in. This guy made a nether that he'll never learn Gemara again in his life. He's 43 years old.
הייתי אחד המקצוענים בכיתה בבית, רק חזרתי לגמרא. כשסיימתי את הבגרות, נודעתי נדר שאני לא פותח גמרא יותר בחיים.
The kids are, he's been with us for a few years already. This guy, Martin Evans, yeah, he's Martin Evans, seriously. It's in Hebrew, it's very sad to hear also the same story. Back to back. He didn't make a nether. He said he's never going to learn. He went away from yeshiva crying. He had a bad experience in yeshiva. He was crying all the way home. Never going to learn again. Now he loves learning. Tati learns. And this guy does the daf in the Knesset. And then you have Kiva. Where's that Kiva? Is he here today? He does a tremendous job in the coffee station every day, in the morning, in the evening. So here he is. He's Israeli American.
Daf Yomi isn't just a daily study. It's a transformative journey, a movement that connects you to thousands around the world. With Rabbi Eli Stefanski, every one brings it up to us. Each day, a new page, a new insight, a step towards deeper wisdom. Whether you're just beginning your journey or you're a seasoned learner, come join NBY and be part of a global family that grows together every single day.
So we have some very special guests here, starting with, what's your name? Rabbi Benzi Weisberg. He's the son of Reb Sruli, who made all these unbelievable props for MDY, including, this is Be'ach that we use a lot. This is a mikvah, 40-some mikvah with the Bar Shotgun, Bar Zriya on the right, you see the top over here, and here, it's 40-some, cool here. Take very, very careful. So you shkoyach to you, to your family, to your father. What? What he did in the Shabbat is unbelievable. This is there, but massive, the size of this table. The shipping, the kiyar. What else did he do over there? The shulchan. We have the shulchan. We had Lechem Achanim in the shulchan, and this big. I don't know where it is. We put it away in storage. We have it here at 12. What? He's got the zav looking for the kiyar. Okay. Let's do some sponsorships. Oh, the other guy. Some of the videos are high still. From where? Oh, you forced him in. That's okay. No basic show. You do? Basic show every day. What about you? And you don't even watch sometimes. So, like, these guys there. You've been here, I've seen you 100 times already. Every Shabbat, no? Okay, Shalom Aleichem. Where are you from? Remind me. Okay, great. Who else? Open the phone. What's your name? From Manchester? London. Okay, all right, never. Embarrassing. Great job, Okay. Sphere Soimer, the first time we said. Another Sphere Soimer. Arnon and Sophia Arno, in memory of Rabbi Murray Mazliton, whose your side is on the 32nd day of the Omer. Our rifle out to the memory of Aaron Ben Avram Betzalel, Brzezinski, Nifter, Lambed, Beis, Toy, Dante's Boimer, Designer. Everybody go in the corner, over that field committee, down to me at the Omer. Official edition of the White Shots, Mr. Zev, and Yal, and Shulha. Paris, the Benedict family. Official edition of the White Shots, Joel Rachel Gedalius, in memory of David L. Davis, David Ben Davis, David Ben Pinchas, Colonel Bracha. Shir, the Masechta, our one and only corporate sponsor. Be also, if you feel like it, dedicated in memory of Avi Moiri. This is the Shmuel Baruch Baruch Time Street. Those who know Brach's your side is today. Shkoyach, so his son, David Salmon, is the one who runs the Miami satellite location, and he's trying to open up another location in his shul in Muncie. Also lives in Muncie. With Hashem, The neshama should have an aliyah. He's a person who loved Shabbos, loved people. He had a lot of yisurim at them. He was at a very young age. He never complained. So the neshama should have an aliyah. The Palchi Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, I saw the movements of Gashmis, and thank you to Chief Benny Balchitaman. Anonymous from Cleveland for Shleiman, Aritzion, Bas Esther. Coil sponsors for the month, HRK Ventures, CFO services for family offices and the companies they own. Innovations LLC as a sponsor give a simple Benfega, and refuse Basia Bachaya. Are Simon, Lufu Shleim of my report from Miriam. Who's diving that should say. Moishe and Rufi Markovich, proudly supporting the Young in Spanish in honor of our parents and family. Shkoyach, go well. Zelian Zeitlin family, Mazatov, the Ethan Zelig 15 and Hunter Zeitlin 14 on their 500 dab. 500. What did I say? 500 dab, halfway to MDY, 1K status. I said it yesterday, no? In the right way? Okay. Consortium and the alliance, the entire MDY Mishpacha, the Yiddish from Shmuel Barker, fancy David Bracha, the father of David Salomon, on his 10th yard side. David is an inspiration to us all. All kavod. David Amalki, Kramer, Mazel Tov, Derek grandson, Dovi on his 5th MDY Sion. He's at the shear this morning. Is he? Shmuel Kramer, he's a Kohen. 5th Sion with MDY. Beautiful. Is he dying? Does he die with us? He does? Okay. Where? He comes sometime? What's the shot? It's okay. Give on. Oh, that's right. We want to wish Glenn Esterson, who came with us on the safari trip, so we all got to know him. We're good friends with him. He's getting married tonight. I'll just say next to the Kaisa. You figure it out where. If you know, you know. Some of us are going there tonight to the Chasana. By Yogi Lashinsky, Lidishmas, my father-in-law, Yudari ben Yaakov Achayin al Shalom. By Yaakov Chaim Pilchik, Rebbe, bus driver. Remember, he sent in video. Junior, yeah. Thank you, Hashem, for allowing me to walk away unharmed from a bad car accident. All right. Danny Farah, in honor of Arnold. You just think Arnold is the same. Got it. Speak Portland. Give the Nishmas for Chaim Yisrael, Ben, Chayrezal Zikzali Bracha, Rabbi Chaim Abadi, Yecheskel Isengard, Bracha Batzlach to everyone learning Daf Yomi. Norm, remind me to tell you a story about Rabbi Chaim Abadi that happened this Shabbos. Anyway, I can't say it for Rabbi Day. It's an interesting story about my interaction with him. Before I'll tell you for the book. Before Shleima Mordechai ben Esther. Before Sayela Daniel Zev ben Ayela Esther. All right. Voice eyes. It's unbelievable that we're holding it already at that bottom. But as the guys in the Torah told me that Chulin is easier than Tzvachim Amnah. It's easier. So far it is easier. There's one or two sugyas like Bas V'Chalor that you have to write pictures and stuff. That's why he gives it a wrap. But otherwise, it's just the easier stuff. We're holding 3 lines from the bottom of the Gimel base. Shchitas Kusi Muteres. The Shchita of a Kusi. This is a nation that came to Eretz Yisrael. And there's a machlokes throughout Shas. Are they Geri Emes, Geri Rayas? Are they true Gerim? Are they fakers? They chef, you eat. Bashgochas habatats, you chef them, you call them pussy. No problem, you eat. All days you could eat. But there are a few what? Conditions. You have this guy, remember from that video? Yisrael Oimed Agabo. That's the Imam is watching the pussy. So let's see this. Here. This is the ratio. Yisrael Oymen al Gado is great. Abo Bo Motzoi Sheshaman. But if you have this case, the Seifa, Bo Motzoi, you come and you find a dead animal. Now what? You do a taste test. You take over full kazayis. Anything less than kazayis, you might eat. Why? It doesn't really say in the Torah something about kazayis or shir. So they don't have chatzi shirim. They don't have any of these things. So you give him a nice sized piece, and if he eats it, I'll call him with the left on the shkudas. If he eats it, you can eat it. Vim lav also left on the shkudas. If he doesn't, if he refuses to eat, he says he's on a diet. Whatever excuse he gives, it's straight. What's missing right over here? If you look at this chart right over here, what's missing? Nichnas v'yotz. We have a case that's 100% great. It's the Yisrael standing there staring. That's the best hatchery you can have. And then you have, after the fact, Bo Motzoi, he finds a dead animal, he finds a shechted animal. What's missing is an in-between case. The case of Nichnas v'yotz. The Mishgech comes in, comes out. One day he comes, one day he doesn't. One day he comes 3 times. 1 week he doesn't come at all. That's an in-between case. What's that left? Nichnas v'yotz. So yesterday we saw a machlokes in Abaye and Rava, and the Gemara explains why we have this machlokes. Similarly, matzah v'yadai, the Kuriel Shilti. Well, that's one of the things that the Gemara says. Exactly, that all matzah could be nichnas v'yadai. Well, you can say nichnas v'yadai means he came in on Sunday, he came in on Monday, then on Tuesday he came back and he saw bone matzah. That's different because the guy had a certain fear. Bone matzah to me means that he never had a hashgacha. He's shechting somewhere in Tel Aviv, in Kuti land, where they live in Har Gerizim. Now, this person till today, they have the whole thing. You go to Har Gerizim, and you find a dead animal, and now you're going to start saying, you're going to do a test. You say, listen, I want to eat from it. Here, eat. There's no nichnas v'yotz the whole week before. It's different. The Gemara says it might be the same thing. Matzah v'yadai the Kuriel Shilti. You find one of these rings with smaller birds. What do? When you chop off a hes, the nice thing that you give it to him, you do a taste test. It's interesting, I don't know. You cook it first, you eat it raw, you give it to him. This week finishes, there's 10 birds on this ring. All you do is give him 1 out of 10, and then you can eat all 10. If he eats 1, it's great. The Gemara's going to question that. What's the raya? Maybe the one you gave him, he recognizes and he knows he shechted it. The other ones he didn't shecht. If he doesn't do the taste test, he refuses to eat it, you're not going to eat from a pussy. I was thinking to myself, imagine if you knew. I know, I heard many stories. To be a shochet is difficult. You go to another country, you live by yourself, without your mishpacha, for months at a time sometimes, and sometimes people fall. Or maybe you can't really test everything. You don't know who's Yirush Shamayim. He's a great shofet. And then it turns out, I heard story after story. Most of them are great people. Sometimes you have a guy that's that. If they find out that you go out at night or whatever, they send you home. Over here you have a pussy, a guy that's doesn't believe in Parashat Al-Tabachah. His hatcher is good. His shkita is good to his Gemara. You wouldn't put up with it today. Tomorrow, Abaye Daik narration, Rava Daik can say, you could go both ways. You could either learn from the Reisha that Yotze v'Nichnas is not good, because the Reisha says only the top picture in the world is good. Only if you have a 100% of the time Mashgiach standing there watching, then it's okay. If the guy comes in and out, no good. Or you can be Medai from the Seifa. When do you need a taste test? When there's never hashgacha at all. You came, so then you give him a taste test. But let's say there's a hashgacha that the guy comes in and out, then it'll be perfect. You can learn from the Reisha, you can learn from the Seifa, the opposite things. So Abaye Daik Mereisha here. Now this is the case we're looking for. What's not mentioned at all is the Nichnas v'yotz case in the center. Abaye says, let's learn from the Reisha. That was only when you have a full-time hashgacha is a good. But Nichnas V'Yoytze no good. He puts Nichnas V'Yoytze under the ratio. So he comes out with something completely different. That's why yesterday we learned that Abaye holds that Nichnas V'Yoytze is not good l'chashkil, only with the Evid. You do the taste test on Nichnas V'Yoytze. How the Yoytze with us like? Rabbi Daigma Seifa, but Rav is going to go the other way. He's going to learn from the Seifa. It says that if you found the guy, having the bowl with such shochat, why do you have to give it a taste test? Because you can't it after the same. How the Yoytze with us is as good as Gafa. Like many restaurants today. No one just get Midi. They just get that comes in and out. Shapir dummy, that's okay. No, it's not the Evid, it's not the Kili you can eat it. My wife reminded me. So we were in a restaurant, and it was in the shop, and they were serving the rear part of the animal, and there was a bunch of Hasidim that ordered it. They said it's the best part of it, the best dish. I said, you know, it's the rear part. They had no idea what I was talking about. Well, in America, they don't even, it's not a thing. But over here, no, Ashkenazim, the Soymach on the thing, you do what? Yeah. Just this whole, you don't know what kind of hashgacha. Hashgacha Midi, hashgacha are they serving this kind of meat, that kind of meat? Okay. But Lechem Basari really serves this thing. And you have to, it doesn't say on the menu, so you have to know. You have to know, like what? It says in the Forush, and it says on the thing, okay. Exactly right. So what? If you go to a restaurant there, it's Kalakakuri, you're Ashkenazi, most likely you don't eat from it unless you have some sort of Messiah or some sort of speak to your rabbi. Anyway, a lot of people don't eat it. Because we don't have no. You could do Nikur, you're allowed to, but we don't have a great Messiah, we don't know how to do it well. Now if somebody knows how to do it well, but there's people that really are good at it, and you rely on them so you can eat it. There's no problem to eat it if this is the Nikur. Will Abaye Kashi Seifa? Some people say, no, even if he's very good, I don't have such a Messiah or whatever. Okay, not getting into it. That's your local rabbi. Will Abaye Kashi Seifa? So we have a problem. Each one is going to have a problem with the other one. How come you can't be medayik from the ratio? How come you can't be medayik from the Seifa? All my law will say, so again, what's Abaye going to do with what Rava says? Rava says, look, it says in the end of the Brisa that if you come and find it, then you give him a taste. It's mashma that if you have a guy that constantly comes in and out, then it's perfectly fine. That's what Avi was saying before. That Yotzim Nichnas is like a bowl of soy. What's the difference? I come in, come out. But one time I happen to find it. It's the same thing. With the Rava Kashi ratio, what's Rava going to do with the ratio? It seems that the only time. Honestly speaking, when a guy comes in and out, it gives the Kusi the same fear. He's concerned not to mess up, not to pull out a tray of chicken from the refrigerator because he knows that he can get caught any second. The guy comes in and out. Huh? So you're saying, according to Rava, why don't you say a better word? Because if it's identical, it's mom's identical. Right here, but it's a good cash. For Yoitzaboy. Similarly, if you find a kusi with a whole ring, or a place that says it's a basket full of birds, for there, Roshan, what do you do? Chop off a head, give him a hand. Shmat. Sounds like something very, very. Amai, Lechosh with the eyes, with the tongue. Lechosh, Dilma Hayu with the Habashaf Shapir. Maybe it's the 1 out of the 10 that he recognizes. The guy with the black feather on his head. Oh, that's the one I shefted. So I'll eat it. Three things he says. He doesn't show the kusi what he's giving him. He puts all 10 birds underneath his jacket, rips off a head, Maybe he recognizes that head. Crushes it. Here we even have a stick of video for this. Yes, there's a lot over here. Some things are not. We had Yerushalmi yesterday. He said it's fine. It was a little insulting. You know what's going on in Miron, right? They shut down Miron for Lag Baimer. A lot of people are upset. There's a stadium 20 miles down the road that's open. Okay, they're concerned for these suicide drones. It's an easy target. It's right next to Lebanon, and they don't want that. That's what they're saying. But the Frum people, they have problems with it. But anyways, here it is. It's a play on that.
You can't sell over here. So they could.
Puts it under his thing. The Masmas Musafi crushes it. Favor HB. There's a lot of detail there. Now we understand the sugya, we can move on. Not an iffy thing in this one. No, it doesn't say that. No, it doesn't say that. I don't see where you see that. As a matter of fact, I saw the Ricky Baker says, he says it has to be that the head has a kazayis because the kusim are only knuckles. He talks about the head. But they have a shear. They don't have katsi shear. They don't have this. They don't have that. Okay? But I had a meeting with Dali Zlatovic yesterday in my house, and he told me, just remember the middle, because we're talking about the Spanish. So he says, Spanish, ours will sell 10 times the amount of French Sfarad and Spanish Sfarad. Something like that. He said, French, you got to go French. That you said? He says, French is huge. You should be doing French next. I said, okay. I didn't cop. It was a good idea. Anybody would think that? I thought there's very few Frenchies. Spanish is everywhere in America. Everybody, like it said in their thing, doing in Spain and in Mexico and in Miami. I'm serious. It's in a lot of Spanish speakers. I guess there's more Frenchies. Says Vimara. Here's the problem. If you think about it, look at the passage. What does it say anything about Shkita in the Torah? It says, it says the chef, a cow, or a sheep. It doesn't say anything about shechting a bird. So since it's not before in the Torah, once again, we see, might not even want to shecht the bird. Ask the Gemara. What's Shehiyah? Taking the knife, shechting. Oh, we have here also a knife for birds. Little baby knife. Shehiyah is you pause. You wait a certain amount. We're going to learn the Gemara how much. You don't do. It's not fluid. It's not back and forth. You go for a coffee break. Come back to the rest. Drasa, we said, means pushing downwards or downward force instead of a slicing force. Halada explained that it goes in between. We have this nice thing. Let's see if we have it still. By the way, it's all. No, I don't have it today. This is Drisa going downwards. This is all our stuff, right? We design this. This is Hagrama, Rabbi. The next one we didn't have also Halal. Halal is you go in between the two simanim, and then you cut downward. So at one point, the knife was covered by the simon. That's also Hagrama. They're market on all of this. Hagrama means you go. In our family, it just became a thing. I made a thing out of it because I let my sons cut the challah. I said, wait, you're not cutting it straight. So it became a whole thing between the boys. You can cut straighter, like that the pieces should be even. Each one should have the same size, and none of this sideways business. Just nice straight cut. The less back and forth. We make a whole thing out of it. Hagrama is when you go sideways. You start going into the wrong place. Instead of going straight down, you're going like this. So here you have a little bit of a. That's the Basi Elyon. But kids, it goes in the wrong area. Okay, we'll see what it is. We'll get to the sugya. It goes in the wrong area. The ikur means if let's say the knife has a pigima and it has a little nick, it could pull instead of cut the simanim, it'll pull the siman. I heard a word yesterday. But why are the kusin makbid on these things? It's not a deraisa. What is it saying? The Torah Hagrama. Because it says in the pasuk over there, "V'zavachta kasher tzivisicha." Do we have it? In this pasuk, I'll show you. Yeah. V'zavachta mekavim tzoncha asher nasan Hashem l'cha kasher tzivisicha. So they say to themselves, "What's kasher tzivisicha?" It's in the Torah. What's kasher tzivisicha? Kasher tzivisicha means to them there's other tzivuyim that have to do with shkita that are not in the Torah, and those have to be magic. It says tzivisicha that I have to do in the Torah. It says that you should keep what I was mitzvah. That's already Torah should be mitzvah for them. Yeah. You also halal agrov even mixiva. Does it say before in the Torah now? Elokim the avzikabu. So now we're getting into a topic, an interesting topic. A kusi, we learn, if it says in the Torah and they keep it, then it's solid, you can rely on them. Shkita, it says in the Torah, they keep it, you can rely on it. But there are things, think about it, there are things that are not in the Torah and they keep. And things that they don't keep and are in the Torah. There's three things. Something that's in the Torah and they keep. Something in the Torah that they don't keep, and something they keep that's not in the Torah. Yeah, it's very partial. So they have some minhag that they keep. It's not in the Torah. Could I eat? Could I rely on them? Could I be sorry on something that they're makbid that's not in the Torah? Of the Rabbanon. Could we be makbid on the Rabbanon? Could we be makel and eat from their Rabbanon? Could we rely on their Rabbanon? They're very makbid on it. On the flip side, something that none of the kusim keep, that's mefurish in the Torah. Let's just for instance, possible halal. They don't care. That's in the Torah. They don't care about it. But this kusi says, my restaurant, we're not going to possible halal. It's in the Torah. So let's go. It's in the Torah. So that's the sugi coming up now. So over here it says that Hagrama, Chalada, Shehiyah, all these halachas of Shmita is even the Avzikabu, since you know that they keep it, Avzikabu, so you can rely on them. Hatanami, even Avzikabu, so too by us in our sugi of Shkita Saib. So we're saying the Torah that you have to check the birth. It doesn't say. You know what? It doesn't have to say the Torah. Sometimes a kusi, he's marking on something, we go with it. The Avzikabu, so we're going to get, this is what the Gemara is going to discuss now, something that they do, like shechting a bird. It doesn't say before in the Torah. It's a machlokas tanoim whether or not you can rely on them. So now we're going to go through until we get to it. First, we're going to do the other part, the Torah that they don't keep, and then we're going to go to the keep that are not in the Torah. It's on your matzahs kusim uteres. Exactly. Does anybody have a piece of paper here? Where's Rabbi Schomburg's? There, give me. Let me see if this thing is sharp. That's before we did the shkiza, whatever it's called, ashkaza. Not bad, not bad. Okay, we'll put it away. Sanyo, matzahs kusim teres. Listen to this, it's crazy. A matzah bakery. The kusi matzah bakery. Mamish mutter. V'adam yotibo yidikavosi wa pesach. You can eat matzah, milk. Later also he says no. Why? The fishing became the Israel. Yeah, the matrin of comments. They don't know all the little mitzvah, the marshal. I love this ma'isa. There's a guy that was dying to get into the Brisker Kabura. 1 year, 2 years. He said, no, you're not right, you're not right. Finally, after 5 years of begging, he said, you know what, this year is this year you're right. They bring him in there. She says, Luce, what do I do? The red look, that's already taken for years. You stand right over here and you hold the towel. That's what you do. She's holding the towel 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and the guy has to go to the bathroom. Basically, so he goes, whatever, they say break. He says, yeah. She says, so what do I do with the towel? What do you mean, what do you do with the towel? You see the nail over there? Put on the nail over there. He says, nail. So I hold. For all the years we had a nail. You want to come, you want to do it. So we'll give you, you hold the towel. That's a mitzvah that they don't know about. They're not so much on that dikduk mitzvah. The fisher became the dikduk mitzvahs to Israel. They don't know, they really don't know all the nuances, the different things within. Maybe, I'm not going to say 18 minutes, because 18 minutes, that's probably fun as well, but whatever it is, that's something else we're going to get to. That's not a dikduk mitzvah. That's in the Torah. That's Rabbi Shimon Loimer. All mitzvah, sheziku b'chusim. They don't know all the right, the siduk that it looks like a Karni Chagavim thing. They don't know the little thing. Kol mitzvah sheziku b'chusim. Kol mitzvah sheziku b'chusim. Harbim medaktik ebo Yisrael Yisrael. Don't read it like I used to read it in Yeshiva. I used to read it. Kol mitzvah sheziku b'chusim harbim medaktik ebo Yisrael Yisrael. No. Kol mitzvah sheziku b'chusim. Kama. Harbim medaktik ebo Yisrael Yisrael. Reminds me of the guy who's trying to become a yid, a ger. They said you're trying so hard to become a yid, but you have to do the basics. The basics are that you're not a Jew yet. So you can't have to become a Shem and keep Shabbos and everything. He says, no, I am Chal Shabbos every Shabbos. How? I carry the shul, I carry the key to my house in my pocket. That's not full Shabbos. There's an Erev in the neighborhood. He says, yeah, but I'm not someone from the Erev. So when a Kusi does something, it's higher than the Dag in the Yisrael Yisrael. He's much more machmer than a Yid. Omar Ma'ar. Matzahs Kusi Mutaris Lodem Yetvidei Chavalza Oibepes. We're going to get there. We're going to get to what's Machlokes. We're trying to find the Machlokes on something that is not in the Torah, like shechting a bird, and they keep it anyway. Can we rely on them or not? So we just learned Matzahs Kusi Mutaris Lodem Yetvidei Chavalza Oibepes. So we have a little bit of a problem. It's about pshita. What does pshita mean? If you tell me that the matzah of a kusi is allowed to be eaten on Pesach, in other words, it doesn't have any chametz in it, so why can't I use it on the law Seder? It's a problem. What's the answer? What's the answer? What does that mean? Who says that should be mitzvah? Says what? Who said that? Is that maybe it's a chumrah? Says the Gemara. It says in the pasuk, "Ushmartenes hamatzos," there's a chiyuv d'oraisa to say, to think, l'shein matzos mitzvah. It's not enough on the night, the first night of Pesach, just not to have chametz in your matzah. You have to have in mind that it's l'shein matzah. It's a what? I know. I was just messing with you. I wanted to see if you knew. You didn't tell me it's a pasuk. I asked if it's a Torah. I wanted to make sure he said it's a pasuk. You did. I like this one, Rabbi. This is a good one that we found. Usually in the matcha makers, I used to go to Satmar. I used to go to Satmar matcha bakeries, and they had a bunch of Russian women there. And the guy used to go, the Shai Matzis Mitzvah, and all these Russian ladies, the Shai Matzis Mitzvah. This one is better. I don't know if that's better though, because it becomes a song. It's like, oh, really? It's Smatnitz. You spit Smatnitz, he says. Okay, here. Very good. So, I thought that they don't know how to do that. And the parent says, yes. Because it doesn't really say the Torah. You have to say the Shem Matzis Mitzvah. When you say the Shem Matzis Mitzvah, but at the end of the day, yes, the makbid on it. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel over. So over here, the key b'shimur. What does shimur mean? The Shem Matzis Mitzvah. Oh, sorry. Ma'al say Malu b'key b'shimur. From Mashma law, they do the Shem Mitzvah. So what does shimur mean? The Shem Matzis. Rabbi also said if Shem became mitzvahs, they don't know the nuances of the mitzvah, like when does it become chometz, when it starts cracking. So here the word shimur, a boy said pay attention, put it in your pencil it in. Over here shimur means to make sure that it doesn't become chometz, not the Shem Matzis Mitzvah that we said 2 lines on top. Over there shimur means you have to say the Shem Matzis Mitzvah or Shem Matzis Mitzvah. Over here it means shimur, that you don't let the chometz come in. This is sad, but it might have a lot of truth to say about tshuva. Always feels like inferior. Like when are we going to come? Like when are we going to say when does the mamish feel like everything? When it's not choosing the show.
Unprecedented.
Because when he talks about tshuva, the chilui rahim, I'm in a shul, he understands the importance that you've covered after a few years. So, Paul mentions the Kusim, how are we medaging Yisrael? The medaging more. As the Gemara, what's he adding here? When a Kusi does a mitzvah, he's better than a Yisrael, than a regular Jew. And Tanakama, that's what Tanakama says, you're allowed to eat his matzah. So now we're starting. We're getting there. If it says Mefurish in the Torah to do a mitzvah, and they don't do it, all of the Kusim don't do it, but he does, can you rely on him? It says Mefurish in the Torah, like maybe Shimur, even though they don't keep it, you can rely on it. No, if it's something that they keep, then you can rely on them. If they don't keep it, you can't rely on it even if it says it in the Torah. So what do you tell? That all mitzvah, every mitzvah that a Kusi keeps, he's better at it than the Jew. So the word kol is not good. What it should say is im. The key word is if they are Mexican, then we can rely on them. Not all mitzvahs. It's not true. Not Taryag mitzvahs in the Torah. It's only the 50 or whatever mitzvahs that they keep in the Torah. So it's im. Well, im is even by. So what's enough? Our case, this is what we're looking for. It's not Mefurish in the Torah, but they keep it like shechting birds. They keep that one, even though it's not Mefurish in the Torah. Since it doesn't say it, it doesn't help me that they keep it because it's not Mefurish in the Torah. It's not strong enough. So by Shechita Sahib, since they keep it, even though it's not in the Torah, it's very strong, and you can eat chicken that comes from a Kusi factory. We just learned that Yisrael Mumar could eat nevelos, a Mumar who eats nevelos with the oven. In other words, he's not a bad guy, but he has a problem with his Zahara, and he likes a good treifa pork, baseball. So he could actually be a So let's remember, this is the Rava that we're going to be talking about. Rava said, even though he eats cheeseburgers, you check the knife, you give it to him, he's a perfect shofar. My time, what's the shot? If they get married in Surah, if there's in front of him the two options, the heter and the isur, the Shabbat Keter of Surah, he will not abandon the heter. At the end of the day, he comes from a frum mishpacha, he's makbid on most stuff besides cheeseburgers. Now, if you have a cheeseburger and a Ken's Diner burger right next to each other, or what's it called, a burger buddy, also from Great Chicago, he did the Great Chicago. If it's far away, whatever, then okay. What do you see? At the end of the day, even Oivra Aveira, because Baruch considers them from Yidden. Yeah, it's a shtick of taiva. You go by it there. Yoching, so then why do you have to check the knife for him? He's not going to use a bad knife. He's not a bad guy. He just has a little Yitzhar problem. Yeah, but such a Yitzhar guy that breaks so easily for a cheeseburger, he's not going to go out of his way completely to make sure that the knife is good. So you have to give him a good knife. Yeah, financial is also. That's also part of it. That's why in the video you saw, there's a $3.99 burger and a $10.99 burger. They ate the $3.99. That's the oven still. No, it's not his loss. He's a shotgun. He doesn't care. He's working for you. He doesn't care. So I have a right to you, Robert, that what? A guy that's off the derech for one thing. He just eats cheeseburgers and everything. He wears tefillin, he keeps Shabbos the whole thing. He just eats Batayva. He could be a good choice. Why? Because it says, if a guy who's over Avera, he has a little Batayva person, you're allowed to eat his chametz after Pesach. Now, the Israelis got this because they speak. I wonder if the Americans also. What does it mean? That they change out their chametz. They'll switch it out with the goy. They take the chametz over Lava Pesach, all chametz that stayed the entire Pesach, and they give it to the goy. And they get in return brand new chametz from the goy. Shehei machlifin does it mean they do it 100% or they sometimes do it? Is it a suffix or a vada? What does shehei machlifin mean? Vada. Good. Shehei machlifin is vada. That's what the Gemara is going to say in a second. Shehei, it could have said shani oimer machlifin. No. Shehei machlifin, they do it. This is what they do. So what do you see from here? You see that in a case that the Gemara is going to fear us, but I'm just stopping here to point out. See that if it's easy for them to do something, they'll do it. They don't do Averis deliberately to get you upset because it's convenient for them. What if it's easy for them just to switch out the chametz with the guy, the next door neighbor, they go to the store, here, take my chametz, give me new chametz. You can rely on it. Savrua, Hamani Rabbi Yehudi. This goes about the famous Rabbi Yehudi, the Amar chametz are chametz in their rice. Yehudi is of the opinion that chametz that remain the whole Pesach, after Pesach, you're not allowed to eat it. I lent my car to the Chavrusa on Pesach because it says you have a whole box of brand new cookies in the front seat. We left to America like 2 weeks before. We didn't check the car. I sold it. Right? We had to do beer chametz on Pesach. So that's Chom Shavuot on Pesach. Uktani, it says that even though it's their rice, according to Rabbi Yehuda, eating that chametz would be their rice. And it says you could rely on it. Why? Because they switch it out. You see that a guy that has a Yitzhar problem, he will, if it's easy for him, he'll switch it out. So over here also, if it's easy for him, he'll do a good shita. Turning of the daf by our global specialist in international financial services by Chaim Milrad, which they mean Midrasi, Pradaiko Bas kind of Sif Shar Police. That's the Gemara Mai. Who told you that goes according to Yehuda that says they're right? So there's another person that argues. Rabbi Shimon. Oh, Rabbi Shimon, Namish, Erev, like Boimer. Mamshik is from Hashem. Rabbi Shimon. Maybe there's a Rabbi Shimon tomorrow. Who knows? That 1 year with Yisrael Golden is 4 Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon. The Omar Chometz Archam Pesach. The Rabbanim. He says on the Rabbanim. And that's why I can rely on this Balavera. Why? Because we can live with the Rabbanim, the right thing to live. It's only to the Rabbanim, so we allow you to eat his punner. Says the Gemara, no. I still have a great right. With the Evan Rabbi Shimon say it's only the Rabbanim according to Rabbi Shimon. But listen to this. Does it say the words Shani Omer? And that would mean maybe he switches, maybe he doesn't. It says a guy that eats cheeseburgers 100% switches out his comment. No, you see that even a guy that does a few Averas, you can rely on him 100%. Even in the Rabbanon, it makes my right even stronger. You don't say anything, they 100% switch it out. And then I could say a couple times, if it's a simple Rabbanon of Reb Shimon, that you're not allowed to eat the hummus after Pesach, they go ahead and they go to the store and switch it out. Because it's not too much of a tear company, right? Certainly by the right. So, let me say so another right to Rabbi what? The guy who's over there, I could eat a shkita. Taco shkita. Everybody, it's not a surprise. Everybody can share. Bafilu pussy, even a pussy. Bafilu or even a person who doesn't have a bris milah, I can eat it from shkita. Bafilu Yisrael no more. And even a guy that's tough. We have to see what kind of off. So the Gemara first of all, what kind of person doesn't have a bridge? Two of his brothers died previously. There's a story, terrible story, like 2 weeks ago in Israel. A kid died during the bris. So they arrested the moil, the whole thing, you know? It's not dirty, right after. Really? Okay. I got the details wrong. The point is, people die for Milah. Kid could die from Milah. Now, 2 brothers die from the Milah, then it's not the Miles' fault. It's something in maybe the blood is congealed. Who knows what? That's what happened. They didn't change the band. No, this is what that was Jewish stuff. They changed band of kids. The band is cold. Yeah. Okay. Says the Gemara. If he can't perform a bris and his 2 of his brothers died, so it's not his fault. He's a complete Yisrael. There are some halachas that he can't go to the Beis Hamikdash, the whole thing, but he's a regular Yisrael. So why can't he do shchita? He can be a regular shofar. He's a guy. Says Rashi makes fun of. He doesn't. He's an anti-bris. That's why he doesn't have it. Because Sabar Mumel is over at they have a Mumel about Dar Kula. Because he's a stickle power with bris milah. Well, like I had a friend, a good friend, and when he had a kid, he wanted to show me that he's mamish became atheist, so that he didn't want to give his kid a bris. And the packet didn't give him the bris the first week or two, and then we got to convince him. We brought all these riots that it's not good, it's not healthy. He's a Mumel already. He's a Mumel for other things as well. Okay? So Mumel Areis, so the Mumel Dover Echad, they have a Mumel called what? No, it's the same guy. All my stories, Yom Kippur, this is all the same guy. He's a very good friend of mine. I have a lot of trauma from him. Because some of Mumel Dover Echad, they have a Mumel Dover Kula. Yeah. Well, because he used new mice. Ava safe. So time out. So we're talking about a guy. What do we see from him? A guy that's he's over one Aveira. He doesn't care about one thing, about bris milah. You could rely on him for everything else. You could be a shofar. Let have him in the Ava. Let's see what it says in the end. Yisrael, who's off the derech, he's allowed to be a shofar. What are you talking about? He's a member for one thing. He doesn't keep Shabbos. Sorry. The Dover After, not Nevela. The Dover After means we're talking about our sugi is about Nevela. No, never Nevela. So what's the difference? He doesn't keep Shabbos and he doesn't keep bris milah. They both don't keep one thing in the Torah. So if it says in the Reisha that you could be samach on a guy that doesn't keep bris milah, you're samach on a guy that keeps Shabbos. We're talking about a guy who eats treif. When it comes to the parsha of treif, he's not good on, and that's a big kiddush. Yet in treif, we can rely on him to be a shofar. He eats treif. He doesn't care about treif. So how can you rely on him about shmita? It's not like, far-fetched thing over there. He doesn't keep Shabbos, but he's doing shmita. Within Bikkur Rabbah, and that's Rabbah's big kiddush. The guy eats treif, but it's l'tayava. He only eats treif not because he's against treif, but because he's about taiva. He likes the way it tastes. So I can rely on him on Shkita. So it's a great riot to Rav. Loi, it's not a good riot. I'll tell you that over there when it talks about a Mumma Yisrael, it's talking about a guy that if in fact he's a Mumma in Trey, you cannot rely on him. My time up, and I'll explain to you why. Even the Dosh Bay Ketera Domino. Ketera Domino. When a person does the same Avera over and over, it becomes like a heter to him. Sounds like a heter to him. Or a fart. Somebody here in Bethshemesh, but I forgot his name. Apologies. Forgot his name. You want to say, sir? Stop. I hope I understood his word even. He says that Doshba Keva, you can look at it two different ways. Something that you step on all the time, but Doshba Keva also comes from the foundation of a person's body. It's the bottom. It's what holds up everything. So a lot of times, when it comes to this, you see it in Sfir Simon. You ever see the kavanah people have when they see the bracha? It's a lot stronger usually than Birkas HaTorah, let's say. The shaking, the slowness. But saying bracha, looking up, you know what I'm saying? Why? Because the idea is to be makbid on the things that support us. The foundations of our life. The Birkas HaTorah, the brachas that the Shahatan Yebet. Those are the things that hold us up. That's what we should be more makbid on. Okay, so hello, these are tremendous things. If I would have asked you maybe in the beginning of this year, a guy who does Avodah Zarah, goes to Koil the whole day, but at night he goes and he does a shtickle Avodah Zarah. Could he be your shaykhah? Avodah Zarah, from the three chamuras, the worst of the worst. You're basically saying, I don't believe in the Rebbeinu Shalom. I believe in something else. Rabbanan says, yeah, not a problem. You're allowed to eat the shkita. Why? Yeshua was a king. He's a tzaddik. He tried to get rid of Avodah Zarah. Achav was a big Avodah Zarah. But one understands it all. His only problem was Avodah Zarah. And in those days, we know the type of Avodah Zarah was so great. And when they came together to go to war against Aram, it says over there, he benefited from the Suda. He ate his meat. This guy's Avodah Zarah. He ate his meat. Tremendous amount of steaks. And everybody that he brought with him. No, how would you translate Vayisiseyu in English? No, I wouldn't use that word. He manipulated him. He seduced him. Enticed is the art school word. I know. Oh, I like that even more. Persuaded. I don't like enticed. You like enticed better than persuaded? I didn't like the word. Okay. As he saying was he persuaded him. He enticed him in a bad way. Yeah. Okay. Manipulate. I like manipulated. There's more. Yeah. That's later on. We're gonna see that. He say lives over his gila. Says the Gemara. How do you know? Maybe he shecht it for him. It says, he made him a lot of steaks. Like the guy at the guy's house, he gave him some gefilte fish. He opened up the window, threw it out the window, or he put it on there, he gave it to the dog. Who says he ate it? Says the Gemara, he enticed him, he manipulated him, whatever the word is. So, in other words, he actually ate. Maybe he enticed him with words. Says the Gemara, that's David Salman. I spoke to him yesterday. David Salman from Miami. Every night there's food in Miami. So I said, stop with the food. See if anybody comes for the shear, not for the food. He gets geschmacky stuff. No, there's no asata with words. A shear alone is not enough. You need to bring food. As I stated before in the Gemara, on the day of his father's yard site, he says it's not a big deal. It only costs me $1,200 a week. Once in a while. Every day, like the best of the best. What's the name of that chicken place over there? Schnitzel from here, sushi from there, every day something. We did with what? We give cookies. Very good. Boy. Where are you? No? Nothing? Oh. That's the same thing. There was environment and environment. But no, he'll manipulate you, seduce you, whatever the word is. Says the Gemara, over there also, they'll get you off the derech over there in the pasuk. That's what actually you have to explain. It was food into it. But say about the Siseni boy the valley and Eoi. Because Baruch Hu, but the Siseni. And because Baruch Hu can't eat. It's obviously it's without food. Says, no, you're right. First time it's Baruch Hu, the Malo Shani. Then you're right, it's not about food. But with human beings, the way to get them today also in business. Bring a guy to a restaurant, sit down. The meal, then he's more inclined to go with the word. Says Gemara, maybe he drank, maybe they didn't, but he drank the yain over there. Says Gemara, I gotta show you this video. It's a must. Here. It's very nice. This is a Yoshi special. This is on the door. This is Yoshafa. He's not showing his face. He's a tzaddik. The Zachar, he's showing his face. The two kings, Yehuda and Yisrael. Look at those shawarmas in the background. Says he ate, Yisrael ate. Yisischa. Oh, from tomorrow on we'll have real music. Okay, they went to war. We're almost done. We'll stop soon. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to drink his wine. Why? Because he's not a moment for the old Kairach. So what's the big deal? So he ate because he's not a moment. Just because he did have a desire doesn't mean he does bad shkita. What's the right? Drinking wine is stam yain, but at that point in time in history, it wasn't also yet. Maybe the fact that he ate is a raya that maybe I can say that by Avodah Zarah, once you do one thing like Avodah Zarah, it's also for you to eat it. It's impossible that he just drank. If you think about it, it's not such a Jewish thing just to drink. They go to a bar, they can sit there for 3-4 hours to drink. It's not such a maybe I'm making this up. I don't know people that just drink. It's I don't know. We'll just finish this. By Yisbach Visiseo, it says he shechted and he convinced him. So he did it. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day. Spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Welcome to all the guests. A tremendous mazel tov here in MDY. one of the first people, the Daf, Avi Kamiansky, his son, Zev, who's a part of this year, had his first boy. Today's the bris. So it's Avi's first Einikel. And we have the Zayda, the Alta Zayda, one Alta Zayda is over here, Avi Kamiansky's father, and the second one, so it's a Gansa. And the whole, and we have the uncle somewhere. Where's the uncle? Oh, he sits in the seat over there, Shia. And we have Eli, the guy who invented YouTube. YouTube was created. Hayoim, Echad Ushleishim Yoim, Sheim Arba'ah Shavuos, Ushleisha Yomim, Bo'imer, Lo'imer. We miss out an opportunity of a lifetime sponsor of Perik or a Daf. Then the official edition, Masechtas Chulin, Volume 2. Only 3 trucking available. Half the Dafim are already sponsored. Shkar for all those who sponsored Volume 1. It's getting better and better. The good news is that we have permission for Volume 2, which is Edu Treifas, to put in all those live pictures from Kol HaLashon. You'll see, as you saw yesterday, some of our pictures, the 3D that we're doing. Rabbi Isai, here we go.
My name is Asher Smith, and I'm 10 years old. Guess what? I've done 478,000 work tomorrow, and I'm going to do my fourth seal.
He's 10 years old.
It's actually amazing. And for this, I thought the model was actually kind of fun.
When he was 8 years old, he thought it was hard.
It explains like a model step by step with charts, pictures, AI videos, and even live props that can bring the model to life. You even got a live picture here. And the best part is that you can join from anywhere in the world. Best time to start is now, because this position will start 9% of them forward. So you can jump in fresh from the beginning together with everyone. If I can do 478,000, you can definitely start with only one. Come join me and thousands of other people, such as truck drivers, businessmen, doctors, even Shrek, to join the Daf. And don't worry, no goes water unless for the carbon in the base of my dash. And let's hope this day comes soon so we get all the record bonus while watching Cheer Force.
All right, you guys. So we're gonna still put him into the contest. We're gonna see more of the contest. Rabbi Isai, this is, I forgot his name. Where's Hillel? Hillel. Oh, another one. What's his name? Yitzi from Southside in Lakewood. Everybody together. First scene with his life and many other people. It's the first scene. That's our Gemara. Beautiful. You see? Both things. Southside Barbecue in Lakewood. Okay. Good Erev Shabbos. Yes, kids from Toronto, a 9th grader in Eretz Yisrael. Toronto just finished his first Daf Yomi. Joined Daf Yomi, and we wanted to reveal his truth to Toronto at the beginning of the office. We made a family scene last night and created a picture for Yosef. Shkoyach, and thank you for inspiring Yosef to grow in his limit at Torah, and his Baruch will give you the strength to hide the Torah for many years to come. With much appreciation with Zev Spitz. This Rabbi Isai was on Friday. It's unbelievable. We had maybe slightly under 500 people live on Zoom, and it's much more than 500 people on Zoom. It was 250 on YouTube, 250 on Zoom. But check this out. Some of the Zoom, each Zoom, look at this. Bnei Brak, Haifa, these are all different satellite locations in the live. Beitar, jam-packed. They had over 40 people in Beitar, they said. The Yaakov, every night looks like that. Telstone, Ashdod, what? Erev Shabbos, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tveria, Rechasim. One of them here. This Rabbi Isai, they got a big round of applause. Eilat, check this out in Eilat. It's unbelievable. Tell Tio needs a little help. This Rabbi Isai gave me chills for a second when I heard it, so I'll share it with you. It's very quick and.
I thought yesterday that the CM was a big traditional face of Shiny has to do with the NBY. I came over with the Claudius was screaming, loving the girl. How come we can't enjoy your revolution to the law? We don't like it, we don't enjoy it. Hashem sent out Elie Stefanski, and he was the one that brought them to Claudius through. So he saved us when we were screaming, loving the girl.
What? You got the email? I was supposed to email you something. I don't remember. Seriously. I don't remember what it was. What was it? Do you even remember? Birds. You can just send me something. Cedarhurst Satellite Siyum and Film Daf Bay's Learning. Satellite location in Cedarhurst. Happy birthday to Ari Blumenthal. Special gift from the February of the Cedarhurst Satellite location. Custom art picture of Harav David Spiegel, the Rav of the Stiebel in the 5 towns, was recently nifter. Spiegel shows where Rebelli gave Shem to Shabbos in October. Yep. Yeah. Flapper Siyum. Yeah, the MDY coffee. So, Rabbi said the new people, when we get to the MDY coffee corner, and the committee, that the guy on the left, Shamshi Shlafrak, who dropped us, abandoned us for 2 weeks. Hajim by 11-year-old Yankee Kramarski. Crazy. 11-year-olds are doing. Here he is again. So here it is. The Flatbush cover, Givaldi, Paris Chaim Levin. Bad news with Paris Chaim Levin. Your spindle thing that does the loom, unfortunately. What? Let's show your loom. We're gonna have. It's gonna be us. It's gonna be a Labaya. His loom is not. It's one of your best friends that broke it too. Get over here, best friend. No, it's okay. We'll tell you later. The force had Martin viciously the Azoyas. Listen, it's Eitzim Ba'avanim, literally Eitzim Ba'avanim. Spheres Ha'emer, the force had Martin viciously the official edition of the White Shas, the entire Masechta by Zev and Yal Sholhov, the Perek by the Benedict family, the Daf Gimel, Joel, Rachel Gedalius, the memory of Mary Gedalius, Mariam Bas, Chaim Zalman, Allah Shalom, he also sponsored Daf Bates. David Salomon dedicated the Masechta sponsors. David Salomon dedicated memory of every Mary Rib Shmuel Baruch Chaim Tzvi Doy. I don't want to confuse the two things. There's the blue Gemara that MDY puts out. It's called the official edition. Then you have the general Masechta, this that we're learning right now. So that's Masechta sponsor David Salomon, Rib Shmuel Baruch Chaim Tzvi Doy. The Palchi Family Foundation. Look who came back. Your boys, you see who came back over there? The cheetah guy. The Palchi Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, that's stuff of Brooklyn Subagashmas, and thank you to Chief Benny. One day I'll have to explain what the cheetah is to all the new guys. Anonymous for complete report, Shleiman, and Rikisyavam, to Leovas Esther. Here we go. Trail sponsors month. HYK Ventures. Ari Simon. I don't do ads. I don't know how it got in there. Before Shleiman, I'll be Murray Barker Miriam. Weekly sponsors. You try to sneak it in? Moshe Ruki Markovich, proudly supporting the Daf Yomi in Spanish in honor of our parents and family. It's very exciting. Let's see where it goes. It's going to lead to a lot of things, I think, including Yiddish. Zelig and the Zeitlin family, and Hunter Zeitlin 14 under 500th Daf. Halfway to MDY, 1K status. Michael Wimheimer, 1 year down, 365 blot learned, 23:46 to go. Okay, we don't have to 12 and 13. Yeah, but Who's excited against him tonight? But Shabbos. And okay, here we go. We're going back. Alfred, my mother, very a devoted Hebrew teacher in New Haven, Connecticut, over 60 years in the Shomesh and Aliyah. Leah Michael Bernstein. Yishma Zelda Bas Yamin Bernstein. MDY Kids sponsors monthly innovations LC as a school for active Simcha Ben Vega and Ricky Yehuda's Batzia Bachaya. MDY Art. I didn't see the coffee corner. Do we do coffee corner? Oh, so I lied to everybody. It's done. Okay. The voice I Givaldic. Somebody came over to me and told me, first of all, when Menachem Poker brought over 200 people to the daf just by putting it in the status. He saw they came to through his link, over 200 people. But he says in his status, he says that Chulin is one of the hardest masechtas. No, it's not going to be hard, Bezer Hashem. And somebody came over to me after she says, wow, this is a lot easier than Menachos. So bad, nice, this. Shalom Aleichem, guess, what's your name? From? Shalom Aleichem, Rebella. What's your name? From Spring Valley. And you? From Hashem, Shalom Aleichem. I know you, you sit next to me in Shul. What's your name? Ah, very good. You're a good learner. Very good. Okay, who else do we have here? Who? It's actually very heartwarming. Love is back. Shalom Aleichem. Okay. Yeah, he sat right over here. Sat in the hot seat. Very good. You ready to go? Rabbi Isai, Daf. Today's Daf Gimel. We're going to start from the bottom. So this is what we had yesterday. It's very clear. The first 4 words of the Mishnah, Hakol Soichtim, Ushkitasan Chera. So the first 2 are in green, second 2 are in red. First 2 in green is go. It's the Chatchila. In the first place, these people could do Shkita. Ushkitasan Chera is after the fact. Don't really do this usually. Nice. Now everybody thinks I did that noise. Great. She doesn't share is after the fact. So what we need to figure out is who could do shchita in the first place, and who could only do it after the fact. We have six shitas, and we're holding all the way on the bottom of the base, 2 lines from the bottom. Shita number 1 was Rabbi Barilov, who says that we're talking about somebody who's coming, and he's trying to share Rabbi Barilov. Here, let's see. Oh, so all you guys who weren't here last time, this is Sheretz. Leitah, this is the number 1 tummy thing in the world. Everybody thinks it's a rat. No, it's this guy right over here. He's the number 1 tummy. You can still do shkita, huh? It's a long night. So Rav Barula. That's Rav Barula. L'chatchila. Someone who's tummy. A chef. A regular animal. What's the big kiddush? The big kiddush is because he's makbid as if it's a carbon. Why? He used to dealing with korbanos, eating korbanos when he's starved. So even though it's tummy, and he accepted upon himself, and you can't chef the carbon when you're tummy, that for sure, you can't touch it. So he's l'chatchila, he's tummy. L'chatchila, if he uses a long knife, go ahead and chef. Make sure you don't touch it. Go ahead and chef. L'chatchila in the first place. So what's with the Evid? He's actually chefing touching. He's not supposed to chef touching. But after the fact, he chefted this $5,000 animal. He goes to the rabbi, what did I do? I was tummy. And I brought a carbon and I shefted it. So the rabbi says, did you touch it? He says, 100% I didn't touch it. Nah, without it. So then they say, okay, after the fact, the rabbi's going to say, it's a good carbon. Throughout the sugi, you're going to have to see these 3 things. What's the chakil in the Mishnah? What's the Evid in the Mishnah? And then the next slide, who wants your shaftu? The good news is that the Gemara repeats itself 6 times in a row, 30 words. What's the chulin shaftu? It can mean the Cherish Shoyt of Kadam that we just mentioned a second before, because then it would say V'im. And if these Cherish Shoyt of Kadam, so what's the chulin? It must be what we're talking about. But like usually, it's within what that cheetah is. So right now, we're talking about Tameh or Kachin. Oh, the Klum Sheshachtu. If they shechted Kachin and somebody saw it, the Klum Sheshachtu, we have to put the word there. And they saw the Klum Sheshachtu, and they saw. Somebody was watching, there's an 8 Echad, and the shepherd ran away. So we asked the guy that saw it, you see if he touched the animal by mistake? No, he didn't touch the animal? Okay, then it's kosher. That's a Klum Sheshachtu. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now the Gemara asks, what kind of tumah are we talking about? What are you all seeing in the video? Did he touch a sheret? Why? Why did we see in the video as a sheret? Maybe he touched a dead person. So for that, we're going to see a beautiful halacha. Another Kiddush Gadol. Every day we learn new Kiddush. The way it works is, and this is, of course, for the new people, the guys that were here for a year or so know this inside out, and this is second nature. This is the chart of Tumah. It goes in levels of Tumah. The worst of the worst is Aviyah Vaisal Tumah. Then it drops to Ava Tumah. So, a dead person is the worst of the worst. You can't get any worse than that. A sheret is one step below. It's only Ava Tumah. A person who touches a dead person, who goes to a funeral and touches a dead person, he's only an Ava Tumah. He drops. That person that touched a dead person, that touches food or another, whatever it is, Kalim, it drops one level to a Rishon. A Rishon who touches food, it drops to a Sheni. Okay. So, if a person went to a funeral and he, after the funeral, he decided to touch this knife, you guys need a knife for the bris? You have a smaller one. You do. Show me your salad. It's also you were going to talk now. See blood. Okay. Let me ask you something. Person went to Levaya. He's Avatuma. Touches this. What does this become? It should become a Rishon. It should drop one. No. Big Chiddush. This becomes what I am. If this touches a dead person, this becomes a dead person. This becomes Aviyah Vaisatuma. If a person who's a Avatuma touches this, so this becomes Avatuma. Ask the Gemara, if this is Avatuma, and then you slice the animal with this, you do shit with this, so what did the animal become? One step less. One step less of Avatuma is what? A Rishon. So it became Tameh. What did you gain by a long knife? He said, oh, if you use a long knife, it's great. But you're Tameh, and you touch the knife, and the knife is like you. In fact, the same question can happen even if the knife is not like you. The knife is you is better, but let's say it still will be a shiny, so it's no good. So, or a Rishon, we can get it to be a Rishon, even if it drops level, it can still be a Rishon. I'll call upon it. So that's the Gemara's question. What happened? How exactly is it coming? Now, this only applies to the boy side. That's the Kiddush of today. Another Kiddush. This halacha I just told you is only when it has to do with dead people. But when a sheret touches a knife, the knife doesn't become a sheret. It doesn't become an avatuma. It actually drops one to a rishon. A dead sheret. Always a dead sheret. Yes. Always a dead sheret. No. It was a puddle of blood. That's why I did a puddle of blood. Yeah. There's a little thought here. Let me show you again. I hear. We don't want to gross people out with dead shrutzim. So here, look, check this out. He's in a puddle of blood. So he's showing. It looks alive, but that's why I put a puddle of blood. Fine. Next. Ask the Gemara. How did you come to if he touched the dead person, or let's say a person that went to Levaya. So a person that went to Levaya is an Avatuma. The knife has the same halacha as the dead person. Avatumu. So he's an Avatumu. He becomes Avatumu. So then he makes the sakin, the knife, Avatumu. Then the knife goes and touches the meat. So the meat will drop one level from Avatumu, will go down to a Rishon. So he's a Rishon. Ella, a lot of people get so nervous when they hear the whole thing of Tumah Tyra. That's it. That was the whole. That's basically it. They keep some dropping levels, and that's it. There's a few little variations and stuff, but that's the basic Tumah Tahara. A lot of people are not familiar with. Ella says the Gemara, the Tami b'Sheretz. The Sheretz is a half, and the knife drops down to a rishon. Before you say Malay Lam, the Tami b'Meis. Right. The person, no. The person, right, 100%. The person touches the sheriff. The person becomes a rishon. Thank you. The person himself, the avatuma, the sheriff is the avatuma. Anybody that touches the sheriff drops a level, becomes a rishon. We can say that he touched the dead person. We're not dealing with this kind of knife. And that's the question I asked yesterday. What if you do shechita with a plastic knife? Are you yotze? Yes. You can yotze with a rock, with a piece of glass, whatever you want. He's saying about Paul Shaykhim, with a rock. The shaft brings down that it used to be the minhag that everybody used the rocks. Tzipor used the rock. Until David HaMelech threw a stone at Goliath, and the rock asked permission from the metal to pierce the helmet. So the Melech said, "What are you going to give me?" So he said, "I'll trade with you. You let me go in now, and then you can use knives for Mila." What else brings it down? The Prisha brings it down. You know, it's Mila. Okay? Huh? Mila, that's not important. Yeah. So just to review that video that we had the other day. Here we go. Just this part. And this explains the end of that video. The Gemara thought if he stands far away, it'll be hard. It's wood, and then you go. You think there was a little shtickle AI today can make me look better. I guess it's difficult. All right. Zok the Haley Gemara. Tell you a real quick story. I just heard it, so I'll share it from Rabbi Haber. He gave a drasha to us, to the woman of MDY. A story that's Nagia to our parent. There was a boy who went for Faher in Philly, by rebellious Svezer Bracha. He went with his father, and they come to the Faher. Rebellious Svezer asks him, "No, what are you learning?" So he said, "I'm learning Tulin." "What parrot?" So the father says, "Hashaychet." So Hashaychet. So Rebellious Svezer opens up and asks him all these questions on Hashaychet. And the boy doesn't know a thing. Zero. He got a 0 on his test. Reminds me of Yaman Klein, no? No. The guy from the dentist from New York. What's his name? Ben Klein. Ben Schwartz. Ben Schwartz. I'll tell you the story of Ben Schwartz later. So the father can't believe it. His son is like a good kid. He's a master. He knows his stuff. He entered the car. I said, "What happened over there?" He said, "You fired me on the wrong parrot. You fired me in Ashaychet." He says, "So why did you say something?" He says, "Because you said Ashaychet. I'm not mechulek with my father. My father says Ashaychet, I go Ashaychet." He says, "But you're not going to get into Philly." He says, "No, I don't want to embarrass Tal, man, in front of the..." So the father calls up. He calls up and realizes he's not going to win. Rav Shiva. My son didn't want to embarrass me. Because the Pharaoh's on the wrong thing. So Rebelli's face said, "Okay, it's such a kid. That's the type of kid I need." Now, of course, some of you are thinking, of course he learned that shayk. He just didn't know anything. It was a great... So, I'm a PK. I would accept this guy because he came with such a beautiful cham of the kibbutz aim and this. Just for that alone, you have to accept him into the thing. When it comes to Philly, yeah. That's what his copy sheet. All right. What happened to Ben Schwartz all the way in the beginning. He's with us. He's one of the miyazdim of the shir. He sent in an email. It was Mamish Harder. One of those first emails that were wow. He said he went to a brand new yeshiva, and his father said, "Okay, we'll get you a tutor to help you out and do well." And the tutor, they learned the whole Daf Gemara. He was pumped. He's going to ace the Faher. And he gets the Faher, and him and the tutor, they learned the wrong Daf. So he fills in whatever he can fill in. And the next day, the Rebbe gives out the test. And finally, he gets to his test, and the Rebbe says, "Whose test is this? He got a 0." And he looks around and says, "Oh, it's the new guy." And then he's in a brand new yeshiva. He doesn't know anybody. And the guy embarrassed him in front of her, and he didn't know where to bury himself. He said he never opened up a Gemara. For 30 years, he didn't open up a Gemara. Today, he found the Shir Baruch Hashem. Today, he has an hour a day where his wife doesn't let anybody in the office. There's a sign on the door, "Do not disturb," from 1 to 2, whatever it is. He can't. That's his kfiyas. No matter what, he's learning the daf that time. So, Zog daily Gemara. Be boy, you say no, he said it. Abayo Amar Nufshat. Again, we're trying to figure out 3 things in the Mishnah. The first 4 words. Hakol Shartan seems like in the first place, which it doesn't share seems only after the fact. But then we also have the third thing in the Mishnah, what's going on with if there's a Eidecha that watches, it's kosher, what's going on over there? Says Abaya, and Abaya and Rabbi says basically the same thing with a small variation, so that's 2 for 1. Abaya, we're talking about a kusi. A kusi is a person who became, there's a whole nation that came to Klal Yisrael, and they became Gerim. And there's a machlokes and shas, whether they are Gerei Emes, they really become Gerim, but later on they became a little bit more relaxed, but it's too late. Once you become a Ger Tzedek, so that's it. It's like a regular Jew, so if you become relaxed, you're relaxed. Or they're fakers. They only wanted to be part of the Jewish nation, but they were forced by the lions. The lions were killing them, so they said, "Oh, we better do tshuva. They pretended to be Ger. They weren't real Ger." Abai goes with the shita that they're Gerei Emes. Gerei Emes would say that they are 100% Ger. And if they do shchita, we will eat from the shchita, says Abai l'chatchila in the first place, on condition that somebody's watching them. Why? Because they are makbid in their races. They're makbid on shchita. They won't touch something that didn't have shchita. The problem with kutim are that they're not makbid on the rabbanans. They don't have a problem with an Iber L'Sida Mitchell, because an Iber L'Sida Mitchell means don't put a stumbling block. So they don't put blocks in front of people. If it's not a block, if it's a pillow, they do put it. Because it says in the Torah, don't put a block. They don't have a problem giving people treif. So, in the first place, why does the Gerei Emes? It's only when a Jew is standing right there. Watch. But they're having a lot of
look who the fuck it is.
Can't afford a Mishgiach that's going to sit there in the kitchen day and night, 24/7.
How did stand-up go? How are things with the chick?
That's not acceptable. Can't do shkita. And this is after the fact. If he did it, you cut off a kazayis. They also
are you fucking serious? I thought you
was a nice big piece. Do the test, the poison test. There was a Maisa here in Eretz Yisrael where a guy was caught red-handed.
All right, did you spoil that she's a bitch?
The houses, the Hadbara, exterminator.
Right, that's
exterminator.
That's a good move. I understand people get busy, but
that's this calculation in his head.
That's some bullshit.
They caught me.
Yeah, I do. You want to know who the bitch is? Her name is Chelsea, and she sucks.
It's better for me to say that I stole than to say I was an exterminator.
Why do you think she's a bitch?
What are you talking about? I don't exterminate. I just spray water. Because it's like spray water, you're a goner, but you're not exterminating. So the guy was on the phone. He says, "Oh, it's water. Drink it. Take a cup of it." He says, "No. I'm getting got now." Okay. So if you trust, if this guy's gonna eat it, he doesn't eat trade. He keeps all the rices. If he eats it, then you could be soymach on it after the fact. Okay. If he doesn't eat it, then it's also to eat.
That's actually a smart move of hers.
Now,
so you didn't get to go up yet?
You do it each time a little quicker. Let me show you over here, just in the chart. It says in the Mishnah, Chod, Cherish, Shaita, V'Kafim. Besides the Cherish, Shaita, V'Kafim, who cannot do Shkida, why? Because they mess up the Shkida. They can do Shehiyah, they can pause, they can do Drisa, they could
wait, so with James McCann there?
They could do Chalada, go in between the two.
No way, so he could have seen you just stand up, but he didn't get the chance?
And then immediately afterwards it says,
oh, that sucks.
Grammatically, it doesn't really work.
But that's okay, so she's a major.
No.
Did you approach her afterward and be like, look, yo, ho, what the fuck is up with your problem?
And somebody is watching them, then it's good. The word v'chula is no good. We're going to see that question 5 more times today. Each time is a freebie.
Well, that's a smart move of her. So is he going to be her first interview?
Can I do why? Shema Yishu, Shema Yidus, Shema Yachalidu. Let's see the beautiful pictures
again.
You're
looking at it right now, but who else?
This is what we're going to have today. This is also, we have a special artist that didn't even see him. He does this 3D stuff.
Is she hot scale of 0 to 10?
Going in between the two simonim.
Oh, no.
So now right there, that's where it's possible. Why? Because it's covered. And you cannot do a shkida that's covered. So, the machlokes is if covered with, let's say, a scarf. It's considered covering, but certainly if the animal itself is covering, and then you do shkida for sure also. This is Teresa going downward. And Shehiyah is something like this. You do one, simon, and then you take a coffee break, and then you come back and do the other one. So then we have to understand the third sentence in the Mishnah. That if there's somebody who watch them, then it's okay. Then it should have said different wording.
Did he have any stand-up material on Tweetybird? Yes or no? I'll wait.
We're talking about this right there. We're talking about the current.
So,
you're pretending.
You think this guy Darcy's going to be big time?
No, if these people that we just spoke about. Yeah.
When you say he found him on the street, do you mean the guy's
so usually it goes back to the.
What do you mean?
The Shida, we're talking about the Pussy. Abayis is talking about the Pussy. But wait a minute, how can it be that you need somebody to watch them? Why? Because you saw over the Gallup, stuff like on the street. The Mishnah is saying that if somebody saw it after the fact, it's okay. No, but if somebody's standing there watching him, I feel like so let's see the Shita of, and the Gemara says Kasha. Remember this Kasha, because the Gemara later on is going to say, how come Rabbi Barula doesn't say like Abayah? How come so and so doesn't say, because there's a Kasha on Abayah. Doesn't fit in so well.
You think he's scale of 0 to 10, how funny is he?
This guy's a Kusi.
Right now. Yeah, right now.
If he watches him, if Yisrael watches, then it's okay.
Afraid?
So now, Allah says the Chathila means a Kusi. If Yisrael watches him, if Yisrael goes in and out, once in a while he shows up.
Right.
Then,
you should have told James McCann to find you.
Once a month, once a year, I don't know how it works exactly. But today with the video,
you should have told James McCann to find you.
Okay. Omar Rava, I have a problem with what you're saying. Because Nichnas V'Yotza, we know, even today, think about it, nowadays.
Did James McCann say that he would be on the radio with
If you go to a restaurant and there's a mashgiach, it's Nichnas V'Yotza. It's not there in the kitchen. Once in a while it comes in. Is that the
Did he say yes?
You either the Fatila with the Yavad. Yeah. No, it's not
everyone in every
What's the problem? Well, you don't eat in a restaurant that has nichnas v'yotza.
Dude, this isn't the greatest fucking thing
I've
ever seen.
Most restaurants have nichnas v'yotza. It's too expensive.
I'm gonna
There's a much gift millionaire soul in every restaurant?
Dude,
I don't think so. Maybe they have video cameras that are community, but not. I don't think that's that.
You did it, dude.
Wow, they work there.
Why aren't you smiling in either picture though?
I'll prove it to you. It's a Mishnah Abba Zara, but non.
Yeah, but even he's smiling.
If you sell a bunch of wine,
dog, that's amazing. Did you send it to Riser?
And you have a Jew going in and out.
Yeah, he does. You didn't even know who James McCann was before I told you. Now he's the biggest fucking deal in your life.
Because I'm concerned that the guy Not I'm concerned. The guy is
Did you tell him
that
how
the Jew's
you
gonna
found
catch
out
him.
about him? No, you
The
didn't.
extra guy, the guy that's working in the restaurant, is concerned that he's gonna get caught. There's a computer technician that went to fix somebody's computer. He's sitting at his desk, he's fixing his computer, and the Dallas comes into the room. So he stood up.
What do I look like, a fucking calendar?
He says,
The
I've
United
been doing this
States
for a bunch of years.
The 14th of
He says,
Tammuz,
I always
5786,
pick around
June
people's
29th, dog.
history. This is the first time I went to somebody's history and it's clean. I was clean. So I'm standing up.
That means what?
I don't know, but it's a good
What?
story. Italian.
Okay.
No, he had him to see where the problem came from, what bugs came. What?
Dog, you got a selfie with fucking James McCann. That's the most baller shit of all time. Congratulations.
Even a guy selling wine, you're not concerned about. I'll show it, but this is an older one.
Was he cool?
This is a guy. The concern is that he's going to go into it.
Guess what? Nobody gives a fuck who Darcy is. When Darcy's on Kill Tony, then people will care who Darcy is. But in the meantime, you should have told James McCann he got fucked out of
right? It's not an open bottle.
Guest of the Year last year. That it's great that he won Set of the Year, but he was Guest of the Year. He's the people's Guest of the Year.
So that's actually what the Gemara is going to answer later on. That what's Rabbi bring a rider from something that takes.
Do you think he knows that he's the people's Guest of the Year?
A slice of the knife, and he has rishus to share. Maybe he'll mess up.
Did you send that picture to Riser?
Says Gemara. You tell Rabbi Hassam Mikotani Maniach. Does it say anything about?
You did?
If he did it and he left the guy by himself, let's say you should leave him there. If you left him by mistake, then it's okay. We'll let you use that wine. Elamach have another riot that Nichas V'Yotze is okay.
Dude, that's so baller.
Again, we're talking about wine that's kosher and it's by the guy.
That's so baller.
It's in his house.
Did you post it on your social media?
In his house in order to drink it.
Dog, that's so baller. You and James McCann are friends.
Therefore, I agree with you in principle that we're talking. The Mishnah is talking about a pussy.
I'm going to even write that. Period. Is period. So period.
I'm going to fix what you said.
Baller.
You said that Yisrael is standing with the
period. That is so baller.
Watching the whole time. No, I'm saying that it's talking about a Jew that goes in and out.
Dog, that is so baller.
It wasn't the guy, bro. And you found out that the pussy did shchita. What do? You give him the taste test. If he could eat it, if he eats it, great. So let's just see what Yoshi did here. We have Rava now. He's Nichnas V'Yotze. He's a Yotze. He's Nichnas.
Do you want an update on the fighter and the kid, aka Brendan Schaub?
Okay. So Rava just changes a little bit. It's not that the Jew's standing there. He goes in and out.
No, wait. You want an update? Okay. Allegedly, he re-signed 2 months ago with his
so then you give him the
Podcast One, which is like one of the biggest podcasting agencies in the world. So it seems like their podcast is going to potentially continue. And he moved from a $3 million house to a $1 million house. He got rid of all of his cars, except for like 3 of them. He got rid of his kids' 4-wheelers and his kids' electric bikes and his kids' electric scooters. He
maybe they pause in the middle.
Got a mural in He Moved Studios. They were in a like a first floor storage space, and now they're in a 3rd floor storage space. He got murals for the podcast that are okay. And he hasn't done the podcast in 2 weeks, but he's transitioned to doing live YouTube streams. So now you can spend $5 a month to be a part of, it's called Big Brown Club, and that gives you the opportunity to be able to chat with him in live streams. And then his partner in crime, Brian Callen, was on Uncle Laser's podcast, and they basically talked about the good old days. And That's a pretty good update. Was that fascinating to you?
Over at 12:30. So I didn't get to sleep until after 2, for whatever reason. So it happens once in a while, once in a blue moon. But my wife woke me up today, which is not a good thing. That means I didn't have a chance. I wanted to switch the charge. Rav Ashi Omar, another charge. So I just want to point out while we're here that Rava is actually fixing a baya.
Okay, well,
he says Abai says
right.
Rava says kuzi with a fix.
Not bad.
It's not
I do. It means that you have a big fix, so you'd have to go to the opposite side of the small dick. Anybody with like a 3-year-old brain.
Because Rav Ashi actually brings
my friend, has anybody
So
ever
Rava
told
can go
you
with
that
Rav.
you
That's-
look like
that's
an
all I wanna
older
point
Jack
out.
Doherty?
Rav Ashi Omar, what's the case? How about something about Yisrael Mumar? Again,
What do you do?
going back. What is these two things? Hakka Shorta means, in the first place, go ahead and
Nobody
do it.
knows who that is.
Shorta means only after the fact. What's going on here? What's going on here?
That guy sucks. You don't look like him. But you do look like an older
now,
Jack
there's two
Doherty.
types of mumar, two people that went off. There's people that do it because they
Did you know that?
enjoy trade, they enjoy whatever they're doing. And there's mumar two different things. One guy is about Taiba, and he does
Yeah,
it because
that's exactly
he
right.
believes in the Rebbeinu Shalom, because he has a
That's
Taiba.
exactly
So a guy
right.
like that, you can rely on
But
him.
that's
to
a good
point.
thing, dude.
He's not going to be matching other people. He's not a guy like Hafiz, but the's a guy that's a Russian.
All right.
He does it.
So
He
that,
doesn't
what did you
like
talk to
porn,
that
but
girl
he's
about? How
porn
she
by
didn't
him.
watch your movie
Why?
and what else?
Stam. Lahafis. It's upset.
I told him terrible.
That guy you can't trust at all. So here's this older one that a burger
All right.
is $3.99, but a kosher burger is
So are you
$10.99
gonna go with that joke?
So
People
So
say
you go to
opposites
McDonald's.
attract,
but
but that's
they're
not
right next to
true
each
if
other.
you're gay.
And they're both
If it
$3.99.
were and I were gay, then I'd have to date
Lahafis.
someone with a little dick.
So says Rav Ashi, we're talking about a mummer.
Yeah.
And a
Yeah,
mummer
people say
could chef in the
opposites
first
attract.
place. I can be soymach on a mummer.
Like,
It's a big hack.
no shit,
And
unless
it
you're
always
gay.
was since I'm a kid about shaytim, mumarim. Some of them
No.
are not such.
Don't add you know. Don't ask
You
questions to
should
the audience.
Not every place that you go, you always have a guy or two that who knows what.
Just say it the way that I said it. Say it the way that I said it. People say opposites attract,
We're talking about a guy
unless
who
you're
went
gay.
off. He's bad in certain
If
things.
I were gay,
but he
that
does
would
it
mean
because he's
that
about
I would
Bible.
have to date somebody with a little dick.
See, it says this goes according to Rava. So
Yeah.
Rava actually, this could be Rava, not only
Okay,
Rav Ashi. Rav Ashi is the one that wrote the Gemara.
it's definitely
It's the
not
last-
your worst
the
joke
last time we
ever.
wrote.
It's probably in
Rava was
your
way
top
before.
15% of all
Let's
your
go.
jokes.
No,
So
way before.
I think it's
The Amar Rava, Yisrael Mumar, Oichel Nevelis, and Tiavam. If you have a Jew who went off and eats,
Dude,
Nevelis
you met James
because
McCann.
he has a taiba. Boy, the Saki nice like. You do a Badika Saki, it's one of the things I don't like to do. It's basically, I'm going to do it on the other side. You go like this, you run your thumb like this.
Like you got two shitty selfies with them, which is amazing. You could have AI
Oh,
adjust
this is-
those so
we
you're
have something
smiling,
like
no
that.
big deal. And then you post them on social media, and then you get some poontang.
Yeah, it's just too much. Don't say if it's alright.
Does Chelsea not like you?
No, this is also bad. Kashi is bad. Doesn't say what it is. Just say Kusi. I'm both.
Aside from being a huge
Anyway,
bitch,
whatever.
yeah,
We'll
she's
deal about
alright.
it 7.5 years. Oh, I left it as a Kashi. So this actually
Did she take
explains,
calls on her radio
why
show?
they don't hold her. How come Rabina doesn't go this? It's Kashi. Very nice. Oh, I like this.
Yeah, she will. When she does, you tell me when she does.
You can sell it.
I will call into that bitch, and I will say, listen, honey, you banned me on Instagram. I was your biggest fan. I guessed your name out of the blue, just knowing that it potentially could start with the letter C. And then I followed you on Instagram, which is what your fans should do, and you banned me. And now I bash your stupid, bitchy ass all over the fucking internet.
But he's a grunic. He's a grunic. He said it with pride. He's a grunic.
So unban me so I can continue to speak positive of you super bitch.
He's getting mad at someone. What are you doing? I'm a grunic. What are you? Yeah. He says, you know, it's very annoying. The Babich comes to him and says, you want to put on film? He says, get out of here. I'm a grunic. Get out of here.
Dude, I have a question for you. Do you want to hear the life story of Cleopatra? Yes or no? I'll wait. Do you want to hear the life story of Cleopatra? Yes or no? I'll wait. Did you know that she was Macedonian and not Egyptian?
What's the BDF part of the Mishnah? The Lechatchila is if you give him a knife,
yeah, it's the most baller shit I've ever heard.
Go ahead, check, because you're not a
all right, dude.
He didn't check the knife.
Are you going to bed?
You shouldn't do shkita. But he didn't listen. He grabbed it. So you check it after.
Do you consider yourself a gearhead gone wild? Yes or no? I'll wait. Why not?
Now here we go. Freebie.
A gearhead? What's a gearhead in Australia? Oh, it does?
The Mishnah is talking about it, so she say,
that's hilarious.
One more, so now we're going to take Ravashi's Pshat.
It's not even like a real term. Like it's not like a term that's been around. I thought it meant something like that.
This is the second of the gash. What's the problem? Check it right now. If the knife is good, it's good. Either let's the second. What good is it that somebody else saw it?
That's fucking hilarious.
If somebody witnessed, he doesn't know whether the knife is good or not.
That's so funny. If I could post on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, I would post that.
And a little nick is a problem. Why?
But unfortunately, I can't.
It's
Blockbuster. I have another question for you.
But the problem
Did you watch? Do you know what Tim Dillon is?
Our global specialist in international financial services.
But you didn't 2 weeks ago.
Another shot.
Yeah, exactly. He was on Joe Rogan. And he's potentially a top 3 comic in the world at this moment.
Beautiful. Keep it up.
Dave Chappelle.
There's a lot of people there. Wow. Beautiful. Live in America. They're probably, are they in Flatbush also? Or the
Tim Dillon, Shane Gillis. Arguably 3 of the biggest comics in the world.
Yeah, you're right. You were that. Look. Ravina Omar, so we're going to have 2 Ravinos. Slight variation in Ravina. So, there's 2 things. 2 halachas.
Do you want to lose?
This is a shaykhet. This is a shaykhet who is a mumcha in halacha. You know, all the halachas inside out. When I first met Rabbi Beisfish, our official shaykhet,
jerking himself off. Okay,
the amount of Torah that he knows, and then he quotes from this one now when you do like this, and just tremendous, the Baki and halacha.
Okay, big dog.
And then there's a muksa, a guy who.
All right, well, take care, big man.
At least 3 times.
Good having you here.
Yeah. So that's the difference between the 2 rabbinos. One, he starts off with lechatchilas on a person who's a muksa halacha, and the other one is a muksa. Let's see. If you know all the halachas, you could check in the first place. And even though you never proved yourself, you never checked it in front of us, and we don't know if you fainted now. I gave him a faher and he knew everything well. But if he doesn't know, then he shouldn't do shkita. But if he did do shkita, but you know, so if after the fact we gave him a faher, you have to know what's left. You know, when you gave him the faher, if you didn't know the halachas, then you're not allowed to eat.
Okay, here's my next question for you. What happened to that girl who was sleeping on her friend's couch?
You missed one good of a shechita here. We're talking full humros and hiddurim.
All right, why don't you send her another message? Just be like, hey, hope you're doing well. Hit me up when you want to.
You expect me to eat from my own?
Your ex-girlfriend was in there?
I can't.
Your ex-girlfriend was there?
I just ate butter cookies. I'm vegan and vegetarian. I started a diet this morning. I've got to lose this gut after all the food at those.
That one who was milking you for money? What's she doing now?
Okay. Here's Ravina. Here's Ravina.
There's the Rhino Room, and then what, like the Laugh Lounge or something?
Remember we had Mordecai, the guy from Texas that I ruined his cowboy hat? If you showed a little blood during cheer, he fainted during cheer. Even
she went to. She was at the adult theater?
You have to make sure you don't faint.
Oh, no way. That's how you met?
What is going on? We're talking about it. It said the word bim.
So you get chicks jobs at adult theaters?
So going into Ravina, according to Ravina, that part is talking about people that are not Muslim. They don't allow love. As Gemara, but
this girl is
why?
freaky.
Give him a little for her afterwards. It's enough.
So you went there yesterday?
At the end of the day, he's not here. Big army. In Ravina itself, second shot in Ravina.
Did you get some food pay?
Ravina said, "Big Adam Ravina Omar Hockey." This is the shot.
Okay, no, you did.
You saw that guy shafted in front of you 3 times. Then it's a good shkita muzak about shame over. Even though we don't know if they know the halachas or not. If a guy shafted 3 times in front of you, you learn it sound. He didn't faint. This guy, this tough guy.
Don't forget, you're not allowed to faint during a shkita. But you're a tough guy. I'm certain you'll succeed.
Was it the greatest story of your entire life?
Then here, I bought you a brand new Shechita knife. Good luck.
Hey, yeah, we're gonna laugh at it one day. You gotta be careful, maybe you'll faint. If a person, it happened to me in Meister Shari, I was walking in O'Hare Airport, the floor is like stone, like a cement. And 2 people next to me, all of a sudden one guy just stops, pauses, falls backwards, completely loses consciousness, hits his head in the concrete. I thought he died, whatever. 3 seconds later, gets up and continues walking. So like, sir, I think you hit your head on the concrete. He had no idea what I was talking about. No clue. He came to, he's on the floor, so he decided to pick himself up and start continue walking as if nothing happened. Go over here, it says, he was Bari also. Bari, at least you notice it. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't faint. I just saw your head crack the concrete. No. Give me sugar. He thought I was nuts. Shkitasik Sheira. That guy is Shkitas Sheira. Chutz Mecher Shirt the Kotam. Da feel the other Nami Loy. Oh. Mamash freebie again. No? It's unbelievable. The Gemara does this again. Shema Yidrusu, Shema Yachlidu, Chersha the Kotam, the Shkitas passage because they could passel it. So we have to know what the third line in the Mishnah is. We're talking there. Let's just say a different word. We're talking about somebody who didn't do it 3 times in front of us. But that doesn't make sense because you said that if he says, I know for a fact that I'm good, I know for a fact, it's enough. Says Gemara, the lesson come under the Shaila. We can't ask him. So now the Gemara just goes one by one. Let's see. What's Ravina 2? I didn't see this yet. Oh, Ravina 2 means that he doesn't faint, but he doesn't know that halachas. Upside down halachas. He's looking at the book. The halachas. Okay, fine. So let's see this whole thing. What's what? I don't know. Oh, here. So now you have the whole thing together. I don't know if it'll help or not, but Ravina is the one that says, we just finished Ravina, we're talking about Mumcha. He's a Mumcha, he knows the halachas, doesn't know the halachas, he faints, he doesn't faint. The Rabbi Barula, the first chat that we're talking about in the first place, somebody was coming. Abai, Rav, and Ravashi, they don't say like Abai. Abai and Rav both say what? We're talking about a pussy. Ravashi says we're talking about a guy that went off the derech. Why? Mishum the Kashilu. V'chulon. That V'chulon. How do you explain the V'chulon? Nobody had a good answer for that. How come no one says like the first shot? We're talking about in the first place, he's Tameh and he's Shafin Chulin. After the fact, with the Ebed. I didn't realize that. I'm saying Mazda. And the Maisa, he's here on the morning of his kid's bris. It's a big thing. Seriously, that's not Yomi. My first kid, by the bris, is very busy all night. Off this, that, he's going to bris, what I say, prepare speech. Learning was one of the last things I was thinking about then. Okay? Shkoyach, the new generation, Zebi, Kalkava. Okay, so if you remember, we even mentioned it today in the morning, right when we started. There's 2 shittas. 2, maybe we did. I don't remember anymore. What our Mishnah talks about Tomei when the Mishnah in Zvachim talks about the same exact case. So there's two pshatim. The Mishnah in Zvachim is the main. Over here is just Derech Agav. Or our Mishnah over here is the main, and that's Derech Agav. That the Gemara says either one you could argue with, and that's why they don't like that pshat of the person who's coming. The what? Lachlish and Armis Hachaker, that our Mishnah is the main source of the halach, because it's Chulim, we're talking about Shchita, so we spoke about somebody who's coming. Other Rabbi Hasamakar, over there is the main part. The Kachim over there we're talking about Kachim, and we're talking about somebody who's coming, Shechim Kachim. Lachlish and Armis Hasamakar, we say that Zvachim is the main part. But over here it's only Derech Agav, because we said Chulim, so we're talking about Kodesh. This whole thing is wrong. Why? The whole shot is because a person who accepted upon himself to treat mundane things like something that's kodesh, it has the halach of kodesh. But I don't hold that. I hold that if you try to treat it, you can't treat this gemara like kachim. It doesn't work. So you can't treat a chulin animal like kachim. And everybody doesn't agree with Rabbeinu pshat that we're talking about somebody who knows the halachas well, or somebody that did it 3 times. In the first pshat in Rabbeinu that we're talking about in the first place, if somebody knows the halachas, even though he didn't prove himself, he could chef. Because anybody that deals with shchita knows his stuff, he knows the halachas, and you don't have to give him a test. If you say in Rabbeinu, we're talking about somebody who didn't faint 3 times, we're not so concerned about people fainting. Rava how come Rava doesn't say like Abaya that a kusi? We're talking about a kusi and it's oimed al-gaba. There's a guy standing there. Because he proved that you don't need that if a person is nichlas v'yotze, that's good enough. Abaya Rava that we're talking about a kusi that's nichlas v'yotze. Possibly naga. Don't prove to me from the wine that takes 2 hours to seal and then what's the word? And use that hair dryer and all. It's a big process to get the seal good. And then he's worried that somebody's going to walk in on him. Hachanaga. So Hasam Naga over there, the guy doesn't have a shus to touch the wine, and he's scared he's going to get caught red-handed. Hachanaga over here, he has permission to do this shit. Ravashi, who says that we're talking about a mumar, he doesn't say like a Abai Rabba. Because some of Kusum Gera Raising. Both Abai and Rabba are talking about Kusum. Kusum are not real Gerim. They don't have the right to share. Abai Lo Hamaka Ravashi, and Rabbi didn't say like Ravashi that he's a mumar. What?
You're pushing Ravashi to Gera Rais. You could say Ravashi doesn't hold the use of that also for the one person. You could say Ravashi doesn't hold because Hachanaga, and he doesn't hold as a Bayer to push it. You don't have to push him into it.
Okay, but he does. It's much easier. You're making a hanacha that the Kusum are Geri Emes. You don't have to. Maybe throughout Shas he holds it. I don't know. By the way, Ravashi wrote this. He knows what he's talking about. Ravashi I hold Kusum Gerais. I'm telling you, he wrote the Gemara. Abaya lo yomak Ravashi. And Abaya doesn't say like Ravashi, we're talking about a mummer, because he doesn't hold that a mummer could check. But why doesn't Rava holds that a mummer could check? Why didn't he say that? He says 100% he does. Rava is going to say that pshat, that our mission is talking about a mummer. He can check if you're standing there. And so why did he say he's talking about a kusi? He's just trying to fix a baya. You Abai say it's talking about a kusi. Don't say it's talking about Oimel Gaba. It's talking about the Kusi Yoitze. He doesn't know that. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
Merit Discourse is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MBYsponsor.com or sponsor
Mazel tov to all the Messiahim. Mazel tov to all the Maschilim. There's a few people in the room that Yisach's Menachos was the very first siyum ever. I know at least one. You? Who else? Anybody? Very first time? Okay, so just one. There's a few people sent in videos and all sorts of things. I'll show you tomorrow, Be'ez Hashem. I want to take the time that I usually read emails and that sort of thing to discuss some very important things. First of all, I want to remind everyone to say Sfira Slimer. I want to welcome, I don't know the number in English, the English speakers. I know that for the Hebrew, over 2,000 people joined the Hebrew Shir. Usually English is more, but this time I'm not sure about that. I didn't get any numbers. They didn't give me any numbers in America, so I don't know. In the hundreds, over 1,000. I don't know. It's a lot. A lot of statuses. You should go for the people that send statuses because they did a big campaign. Different people, a lot of people send statuses. We had over here in Israel, we had Menachem Koker, is a very famous radio personality. He brought over 200 people. There's a lot of koyach, and he did a status. And then you have somebody like Kobe Sella, also a very powerful person. He's a media person. And basically, he sent me a message. I'll just say the message that he says that a guy came over to him during our siyum. I'll show you a quick video of the siyum. Maybe as I'm speaking. Here we go. Very large siyum. So he says like this. It's very important. So the guy comes over to the siyum and says, no, but because of you, I'm making my very first siyum on the Sefta, and he brought him a bottle of wine. And he choked up, and he forgot to ask the guy his name. So when I said it during the Hebrew Shir, the guy was obviously listening, and he sent to his name. What's his name? Shilitz. He's a singer or something. And then the guy sent basically sent him a written text message. And over there he says, I should read it. I should really read it because his words are beautiful. It says, this is how you changed my life. I left Moshe, his name is Moshe. I left Moshe back there. Today, I don't speak during Kaddish because of this year. Today, I say Shnai Mikra. Today, I do this. Like, he gives him a list of 3-4 things that his life has changed. So, Be'ez Hashem, all the new guys, you'll see that the Shir has the ability to change your life. Small ways, little things, but those little things, they add up, they become big. Somebody mentioned that during the Siyum, no one was speaking during Kaddish. Look around, 600 people, and someone said Kaddish, everyone's quiet. So, Baruch Hashem for that, even just that is Dayenu. I'm very excited. A good friend of mine, tried to get him on the Shir for a while, and he promised me, so when he comes around, I'm going to join the Shir. And I said, we don't do it like that. You got to join now. I said, no. He's a good friend of the Shir, and he's a good friend of Klal Yisrael. So I'm happy that he's joining, and if you know him, give him a stick of push.
All right, Rabelli, this is going to be fantastic. Bezrat Hashem, looking forward to it. I was there with you guys, and I said that I am going to join Amphulin. So I got to get it together and add it to the repertoire of learning Torah. MDY
Learns a lot.
This is it. Amphulin is about to begin. We got to keep our word in the shear. We're joining the greatest shear, Hashem. Great shear. Eli Stefanski, my dear friend. And it's going to be electric. It's Hashem. To enjoy and to learn and to realize what's going on with the Atlas. There's like the show. Looking forward with Eli. Sending lots of love.
All right. So if you know, give him a little push once in a while. I have a new appreciation for Albert. Somebody just told me that he's a great basketball player. I never knew that. It's another. By me, it's another. Yeah. That's how I made my one and only shidduch. It was based on the court. He was the number one on the court. It goes right up there. That's how it works. All right. So everybody, I do this every Masechta, and I got to do it again. This is it's good for the people that are here since the beginning, and it's good for everybody. But if you know this inside out, you can start learning the first Mishnah. But we got to talk about this. The pros and the cons of Daf Yomi, and why a lot of people don't learn Daf Yomi, and how we can overcome those cons. They say it's too fast. This is true, it's very fast. They say it can't retain. It's very true. It's so fast, and it goes in one ear, it goes out the other ear. But that I can tell you, over time, even people like myself don't have a great memory. There's so much chazara, there's so much repetition. You see the same sugim over and over. We're going to learn about Tuman Tahara today. We're going to learn about certain things that a lot of people don't know. Like people that are here in the show, like, of course, this is so passionate, it's simple. It is a big one. A lot of guys that came out of yeshiva, they're stuck in Neon. Say stuck. It's a good thing to learn Neon. It's the best way to learn the Neon. But for a Baal Bus who doesn't learn the whole day, and he only has little time, he's convinced he's going to find the Chavrusa to learn the Neon. But from my experience, every single person I ever asked, see how the Chavrusa knows how's it going? Not bad, not bad. How many days a week do you learn the Chavrusa? It's supposed to be 5 days a week. And Tachlis? No, we're good. We do just 1 day. 2 days a week. If you're lucky in the beginning, this guy goes from Kasana, this guy this, that. It's great, but it's not consistent. And people learn after a while, and it hurts. You say, listen, I only do it. I can't do this Bikkiya stuff. It's not for me. And the mice, at the end of the day, they realize when you do it like the nefesh, they haven't learned. They do it for long. I just the Shabbos, I saw a guy, a great learner, didn't open up the Sefer once. Why? Because he's not used to it. It's not like the Bahrain, this and that. So the Shabbos comes, the Shabbos goes. But it should be like Tefillin. You learn every day. You put on Tefillin every day, you learn every day. It shouldn't be a thing that you go all day without learning Torah. I keep falling behind. That's a big problem with Daf Yomi. People miss a daf, and they become discouraged. They miss 3 daf. They have a simcha. They have something else going on in their life. And here's the number one tip. The number one tip of MDY can save hundreds, maybe thousands of people to stand the daf. And that is, you're going to fall behind. You are going to miss the daf here and there. It's not a question. It's not a question if, it's a question of when. And it happens. Daughter gets married, a little procedure in the hospital, a little cataract, whatever it is. You're going to miss a daf. So then what do you do? And the trick is, this is the biggest number one trick. You don't make it up. If you can get that into your head, you'll win. If you fight it, because a lot of people fight it, but at the end they come back and say, you know what, I should have listened to you. I thought I was smarter. I'm a perfectionist, and a perfectionist cannot skip. I know. I'm also a perfectionist. And I learned it on myself. The only way to be successful and not fall is to skip. And the best way to skip is to write down which daf you skip, and be with Klaisfeld. That's one of the beauties of Daf Yomi, that all of Klaisfeld do this daf. If you're in Mexico, and if you're wherever you are and want to say Shalom Aleichem to the guys, maybe we have a split. all the Spanish speakers. That's Shalom Aleichem to them. Well, they're more in the Hebrew, yeah. But they're starting today. It's going to go everywhere. To all Panama, where else they speak Spanish? I can't even pronounce it. Spain. They speak Spanish in Spain. Oh, and he writes, I'm not joking, in Miami. They speak Spanish in Miami. Yes, there's a lot of Spanish people there. So that's the number one trick. Great. What are the positives? It's not about the daf, it's about the yoga. Okay, so what does that mean? People say it, people know what it is. It's not about the daf, it's about the yoga. He says that, and this is probably one of the biggest reasons why the daf changes so many people's lives, and they write in all these emails on a daily basis, because this is so. The daily, the kvias of the 365. It's not how much you learn, it's not how much you remember, it's not how much you understand. It's that you're learning of His Baruch's Torah every single day, no matter what. You're on a trip. People say it's the first time in their life that they went on some trip with their wife and they brought a Gemara with them. And they actually, before they went out on do that day's tour, whatever it is, they learned the daf in the morning. That's what makes a difference. And on Motzei Yom Kippur, you're learning the daf, and that's a Tisha B'Av, you're learning the daf. On their Shabbos, we had here over 100 sardines in this room. Every single day, but it's Shabbos 10:30. We're sitting here, and the next year is coming at 11:15, and they're not going to get out of here until 12:30. Day we do the daf no matter what. Whether you have a child that day, whether you're making a bar mitzvah, you are doing the daf every single day, and it hits you also. Wow, I can't believe it. I'm doing this every single day. I've never known like this. Never since my days in yeshiva. And if I can do that, I can do a lot of other things, including exercise, including Shnei Mikvah, including Krishna Yomi. Start adding little things to your life, and you realize it all starts in the daf. And for the new people, you have to understand it takes time to create a new habit. So once you create that new habit, it takes 40 days, 60 days, 90 days at most. When you get into that habit, nothing in the world will break it. Nothing. A lot of people that come to the night shift here, they don't even go to weddings anymore. Unless it's like their own daughter or something like that, they won't go to the wedding. Seriously, they go at 10:30 for 2 minutes and in and out. It becomes a new life. It becomes so ingrained in you, there's nothing that can stop you. Nothing. Everything's like, what's going to do the daf? I'll do it before. I'll go to the wedding in the morning. I don't know what the daf is the daf. The World Change Your Life discussed that museum, and again, not him. I learned him my entire life. 6 years after I got married. I'm pro-leader. I'm pro-learning from Moshe Tzarek. But I'm anti-not learning at all. And if this is the best solution that we have, and that works for people that learn Yidden as well, Chaval, that they don't learn Ben Azdarim. Some people do. But the amount of ideas and Musagim, it's unbelievable. How many people in this room, raise your hand, know what Chalaba is? Chalaba. Did you learn that already? Today? Okay, so you know. So you have two, three people that know. Menachem Atet didn't raise his hand. I know that for a fact he knows what it is. So you have 4 people in the room, 5 people maybe. You, 6 people. Hagrama. You know what Hagrama? Shihia. You know what she is? People say, I know. I kind of know what she is. So just Musagim that we're going to learn today, on day 1 that we didn't know yesterday. It's Kabbalah. This story is so full of ideas and concepts. So you don't do it fast. Okay, at least you know it. At least you learned it. In Shemayim, you get to learn it again. You didn't learn in this world. Everybody's going to be talking about Agrama. They're like, you're out of it. They say, no, you don't belong here. You didn't learn it. Come back a different day. All right. The fact of MDY's family, I'm not going to get into. It's a beautiful thing that people help each other on all sorts of levels, with money, with time, with rides in the airport. People sleep at each other's home. The guy goes to America. He has 100 people he go to. People pick him up from the airport. They show him a good time over there. MDY's family in many, many ways. People help each other learning. They help each other out to see if they're doing the daf, give them a shot, find them a chabrusa. It's mishpacha. And that's not a mishpacha. It's a mishpacha that's going to bring Mashiach. Why? Because if you look around in this room, you look around, everybody knows. The variety of people, from Hasidim to Litvaks to Eitan G to Eitan G's. A year ago, he brought up a year ago, he didn't know what Uncle Lewis was. He says, Uncle Lewis, and now he finished Shnai and Mikra of Cargo from beginning to end because of the shit. And you have Chayalim here, you have Chayalim with guns. Where's your gun, Yosef? He's a rocket scientist, but he's seriously, he's a rocket scientist, and he works for whatever, we don't want to say that on YouTube. Some of the technology that helped fly Israel using with the missiles coming in, missiles going out. But he's a Hashmonaim, and he decided to show whatever. Al we have that, and then right next to him, down the thing, on a daily basis, we have Yerushalmi with the zebras, of all sorts of either. We have Rosh Koil sitting over here, comes every single day. And we have guys that learn, that took Faher on 2200 daf, come every day. Where's Elijah? He usually sits here. Oh, he's here right over here. See my face. All right, the kids we have children that are 11 years old that dance union. We'll talk about them tomorrow. And we have 90 all types of union. And we're all friends. We all respect each other at this union. We dance together. And that will bring Mashiach Be'ezer Hashem B'Karov. Message to rebellion, MDY Mishpacha. This is in honor of our parents, our children, and grandchildren. This is in honor of a very special day, dream come true. What began in December 2024 with a conversation with rebellious fans about bringing the family to Spanish-speaking community has become a reality. Together with Mayor Plonkin, the team in MDY, we work to make this possible. Today, we begin filling that base, bringing the share from Yerushalayim or Bet Shemesh to Spanish-speaking communities, Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, Uruguay, Panama, Miami, and beyond. We thank Hashem for allowing us to reach this moment. I hope this is just the beginning of something meaningful for many. Moshe Ruchi Markovich, Shikoya, it's a tremendous force to spread Torah around Klal Yisrael. This was what on Friday afternoon, packed like sardines, sitting on the floor, sitting and standing in front of my face over there. Okay, Rabbi says, here's Sonimer. We're going to jump into it. The first had more divisions, Koitus Maru Yisrael Ben Leah, as before Shleima. Official edition MDY Shaf, Masechta, Zev and Yal Shoho. So we have a brand new sponsor. It used to be the Irani and Joey Levy family, and now this one is Zev and Yal Shoho. The Zev, this one's Rabbi Nachum, David Shoho, David Shalom, Tzvi, Yosef and Shlomo Yehuda, father. And in honor of our children and grandchildren, I'm not sure I'll say all this every day. We'll see. Perek, the Benedict family, Shkoyach, Daf Beis, Joan, Rachel, Gedalius, in memory of Jack Gedalius, Yaakov Ben Ari Zechron, and Rafa, big sponsors of the year. David Salmon, dedicated memory of our married Masechta. We have fewer Masechta sponsors this Masechta, so go quicker. The Shmuel Baruch, Finance Feed, Deutsch, the Rafa, the Patrick Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance, and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, I saw the roof of the gosh, Cheetah Man is back. I'll explain it tomorrow because we're running out of time. If I remember, thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for complete reform, Shleiman Arichas Yom Talea Bas Esther. Coil Sponsors Month, HYK Ventures. Ari Simon is a monthly sponsor of the first name of Mayri Baruch Miriam. Weekly sponsors Moshe and Ruchi Markovich in honor of our parents and family proud to support that Yomi in Spanish, reaching Spanish-speaking communities and beyond. Daily sponsors of the Europe Ambassador. That's Eisenthal, no? gratitude to all of MDY Belgium Chapura for an amazing seal. The syndicate Mazel Tov to Yosef Ephraim Pressman, 12 years old, and made his 4th seal. Because he told the adults that the children can do it, we can also do it. Lipakam, in honor of Heshikam, 11 years old, who learns the daf every day. Mazel Tov on your seal. Zayd Iran, in honor of my grandson, Svi Kagan, upon his engagement to Tommy Lukensky. Mazel Tov. One of his cousins, family, is a Mitzvah, Yitzchok, Ber Yisrael, Gershon, Blumenreich, Zefetz, and Lebron, and Shama Ben Aliyah. For Rabbi Yitzi Sabazin, who carries his name, who carries Mishpach, and all of Israel. Avi Grossman, L'chaim, Shimon Hirsch, and Yidi Feldman, I'm joining the MDY family. Welcome. There's a Brian Pressman, Mazel Tov to David Pressman on his seal of Meseches Menachos. Innovations LC, MDY Kid sponsor for the month. As a sponsor, Kiva Simcha Ben Feigo Omein, Rivki Yudis Bas Yavachai Omein, Daily, Harry Tavi Davis, Mazel Tov, Yaakov, Haloka, RBS Builder Perfectionist. On the birth of a grandson, Mazel Tov, in the heart of the month. For Shlomo Fiona, Tanedem Eveshev Bracha, Handler for Shlomo Baruch Ben Esther, the Fus Hayelet, Daniel Zev Ben Hayelet Esther. Boy side, here we go. By the way, I have to just throw it out there. It's a Masech like Moed Katan, which people, there are some Minhagim to fast before you start learning it. Some say because you point on yourself, on your neck, the results. I'm sorry for some people say you're learning Torah, Torah Magnum Matzel. Best thing is to give a little tzedakah, and Be'ez Hashem, we learn Moed Katan, we learn every daf in Shas Be'ez Hashem, and if that's what does it for you, a little tzedakah, do that. Does anybody know what Chulin Shanasu Paris HaKodesh means? Chulin Shanasu Paris HaKodesh. No? I'm sure there's a few people that are just a little shy. Another thing we're going to learn today. Another Muslim. So we're going to be talking about Shkita. Not so much in some English, just general Shkita. So Baruch Hashem, bought some knives here. Now I have them in my collection. I want to open up a fresh one. I've never. It's almost the same size. This one, it's in the plastic still. It's very scary to use this, but I don't do it for the shear. This is the real deal. This one is $700. This is another, I don't know, $500, something like that. And it goes up from there. This shchita, you do shchita with a knife. Question. My boys, a question. Can you do shchita with a plastic knife? Anybody? Just, if you think not, raise your hand. If you think yes, raise your hand. Yes, plastic, yes, raise your hand. Plastic, you know, raise your hand. Where's everybody? I only see 5 and 5. Again. Everybody has to raise your hand. If you don't raise your hand, there's people out there that need your seat. Hold on a second. You ready? No plastic. Raise your hand. No plastic. So I see 10, 15 people. No plastic. Yes, plastic. So most of the room says yes, plastic. Okay. Some don't know. If you don't know, raise your hand. The answer is yes, plastic. Why not? You're allowed to use plastic for wrestling. Doesn't say anything in the Torah what you have to use. Okay, 1 minute. It's time out. You brought your own things. You trying to up me? Hold on a second. Benny, where's my stuff? My pipes. No, it's not inside. Oh. Okay, Rabbi Sai. Wait, watch my table, please. Okay. This Rabbi Sai is the Kana. We have a trachea and esophagus. How do you say Kana in English? Trachea. This is the windpipe. As a matter of fact, here in Israel, they take these out of the animal. They make air conditioner pipes. There we go. This is what it looks like exactly. It's cartilage, and it's tough. So if somebody punches you in the neck, you can continue breathing, because if it was like a muscle, it would collapse. It'd be hard. It would be like mushy. This one is the esophagus. This is where the food goes down, and it's flexible. It's like a muscle. So when you're looking at the animal, they one behind the other, and shchita means they have to cut right through these two pipes. Two simanim, it's called, the two pipes. The trachea and take the knife, and you go like this. The bird also has a bird. Yeah. You're going to first hit this guy, and then you're going to go through this one. And that's what we're learning about, different halachas. What's bad, what's good, who can do it. How about shaykhim? Anybody can check, even Eitan G. Anybody can check. What does that mean, anybody? Even a woman can check. Now, always the question why she doesn't. Person says they're scared of blood, they can faint. There's the minhag is that they don't check. The Rama says the minhag is that they don't check. Hakol shaykhim she doesn't check. Now, if we just look at these words, because this is what we're going to be dealing with, these words we're going to be dealing with today and tomorrow. The first 4 words. Hakol shaykhim. Anybody can check.
What happened?
So why does it say
Are you fucking serious?
Because of Shayra. So Hakol shaykhim would mean, just pointing it out here, because we're going to be saying it over and over. Hakol shaykhim means lechatchila. Lechatchila means in the first place. Anybody can check in the first place. There's nothing stopping it. Kasam Shayra is after the fact. It's only kosher after the fact. In other words, you're talking about 2 different situations. We have to see what they are. The 6 ways to learn this mission. Who cannot do a shkita? Yeshua's back. Or that was the last. He's not back. He's been there, but he doesn't come every day. Yeshua Christ was with us on day 1. He started this year. He went outside and stuck people off the streets. Including Rabbi Schoenberg on day 1. Who else? I don't know what you're pointing at. I can't see who. Oh, you just brought him off the street now. What's your name? Shlomo. Shlomo from Shlomo. Great. Hakol shaykhim she doesn't shayra. Chutz leperesh shaykhim lebeder. 3 people don't have enough facts. A peresh is someone who is deaf, not just a person who is deaf. Deaf mute shaykhim is pretty much looking around this room, pretty much everybody here. Try to do early. That's a shame. We caught them. And a young child. Do we have any young children here? Is anybody? Oh, here he is. Come here, young child. Tell everybody about how many sentences you finished. Come. You'll be our first carbon. Exactly. You want to hold this? I trust you. You're not going to try to do anything to me, right? How old are you? 11. So you're a couple, right? You're smarter than normal adults. How many doctors do you think you are? 365. Wow. We already did this for her before. How many doctors did this do every year? 0. Wow. So you're really a double in terms of Torah. You know more doctors tomorrow than many Dolan out there. I mean, not Dolan, but Dolan that are about 13. Shkoyach. So this guy he's a great hands-on. On him with Dolan, so get out of it. Shkoyach. Shemi, what's your name again? Moshe what? You would like the thumbnail one. So we're going to give you the right now. More you can have the one for the shield. Let's go to thumbnail. Yeah, I know. He doesn't know. What? Oh, shit. Now you know what a thumbnail is? No, not this. Watch. Okay, great. What's how do you say thumbnail in Hebrew? That's it. How do you say thumbnail in Hebrew? Thumbnail. I think that thumbnail. Shemi Kalkulu. Seven of these players should have come, you can't do it. Shemi Kalkulu Shkita. You're going to mess up the Shkita. It's going to be soon pretty much like okay, they're going to take people that sit in the front of the class and put them in the back. People that behave nicely in the back are going to come to the front. We're not going to switch. We'll do it forcefully. So this is another thing that we're going to be discussing. And I want to point it out here in the Mishnah so you see it. It says, the third Rishon B'Katan, person who cannot do the Shkita, V'Kula Sheshachatu, or V'Kula, we just said, the third Rishon B'Katan, so to say, V'Im Shachatu, the Kulam, because like everybody else, besides the Kulam that we just discussed, because the third Rishon B'Katan, the person Shachatu, okay, very no sense. If there was a witness, one guy, one apple, because apple doesn't be sweet. Very nice. She doesn't share it. The shkita is share it. Okay? So we're going to have to see what this means. All the entire mission, it's a short mission, 3 lines, but we don't have a lot of explanation. If there's an eidacha, there's a witness that saw the shkita, then it's okay. Even though it shouldn't be okay, but if he witnessed it, he's watching it, oh my God, saw the whole thing, it's good. By the way, Shopsy, I looked around in my class, I looked around on the shop, and there's only 3 volumes left of Shops. Chulim, Chayros, and that's it. And then the Shops is over. Unbelievable. It reminds me, because you do the done thing. Okay? Says it now. I'll show you something. It's up here. Here, I made a little chart. The words, the 2 first words I'm going to show you means the Hachila. What does the Hachila mean? In the first place. I'll explain what that means. The Shkitas Shayra means after the fact. The one is green, like it's perfect, it's great, keep on going. And the Diab is like not the best in the world. What does that mean? So to understand, let me just show you this. The promo for Hulu. Very nice promo that our guys did. Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Sure that's something like this. It looks like it's closed. The bottle of milk, but in the very first, you still pour out of it. It's not a problem. If you pour milk into the chunk, bring the daf to life. It's a second spoon. Okay. So, there's a story that happened, a true story, by Zashaya, where a guy, he dropped some butter in his chunk. He asked the rabbi, what's that like? And the rabbi said, it's God that enough chunk that it overcomes the butter in the food. So then he went, from that day on, for the rest of his life, and he put a little butter in the chunk. What's that? That's the fatila and the diya. In other words, the fatila means in the first place. Can I go put butter into my chunks in the first place? No. But after the fact, after it happened, you ask your rabbi and say, okay.
Rebbe, my chocolate is not tasty. Can I pour in 2 drops of milk? It will be potent shisha.
No, it is a soup.
Rebbe, I was cooking Mishik soup, and by mistake 2 drops of milk fell in. What do I do?
The soup is kosher. Since it already happened, b'di'evet, it is batel b'shisha. So I asked the Gemara. Akol Shoftin, the first 2 words of the Mishnah, Akol Shoftin, seems like you could just go ahead and do it no matter what. The Chatkilis. Ushki doesn't share as the other. As the Gemara is going to explain, why the double Ashra? You should say Akol Shoftin. Once you say Akol Shoftin, of course the Shkid is kosher. Elamai, the first 2 words mean the Chatkilis in the first place, the second words mean the other. So what's going on here? Every time it says Akol, it means it's in the first place. Just you can say a bird here. A lot of times you ask somebody, why do you do that? Well, what's up with this thing that you do? He says, everybody does it. Everybody does it. Just because everybody does it, you know, it makes it okay, it's not okay. What is Tmuros? That used to be my favorite question to ask people. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna ask, what's Hagrama? No, we're gonna ask what's Hagrama. What's Tmuros? Everybody has an MDY for a little bit of time. No. Tmura means that if I set aside a designated animal and say this animal should be, I'm watching the whole time. They're already sleeping. It's so clear. But you ask a guy in the street that never did that for money, they won't know. Well, 80% of people won't. Tmura is, it seems like a great thing to do. You have an animal, right, Ellie? Tell me what it is. What is it? Switch an animal for a better one. You have an animal that you said, I'm designating this as an owner, let's say, as a shlamim, and then I come across a much nicer animal. So it makes sense to bring the nicer animal down Shem. So you say, this second animal should be considered the first. That's this is alright, so it's also to do it's called Torah. The second animal gets the same exact designation as the first. If you treat the second one as the first remains like the first, the second one remains like the first, and everything's great. It looks something like this. He feels bad, he's bringing a small one down Shem, he wants a bigger one. Oh, so that's cool, that's awesome. But it says in the Mishnah over there, Kol, everybody can do it. Meaning even somebody that inherits, okay, whatever the finish is. But the bottom line is, it seems like, so according to what you're telling me that Hakol means in the first place, so it seems like Hakol you could do Torah. Okay, now it's like a feeling means that you could do it. But Shiv, it says in the portion of Torah, you should not switch a good one with a bad one, meaning one that doesn't have a blemish, with one that has a blemish. Or rather, we're showing a large one, a small one. Like this, even if it's good, if it's better, you still can't do it. So that's not a question, because over there, the Mishnah goes ahead and explains itself. How someone could defend it? Over here it says the reason, not because it's mutter. It's because if you go ahead and you do it, you'll get malchus. In other words, the Mishnah explains already that don't say that you should do it, that it's a mitzvah to do it. The opposite. When you do it, you get malchus. But by us, I'm saying, sure what that means is in the first place. Says Gemara, Elapel Ma'arifin V'Ne'erachim. So as usual, when you go through a doctor and learn so many new subjects, here's the message of Erechim. What is Erechim? Anybody know? Erechim. The Torah says if somebody looks at somebody else and says, Erech Toy Elai, very good. Yeah, very good. It's coming up. Now what? By the way, did anybody pay attention today in Pizza Perry? We spoke about the Lechem Hapanim. Did that jump out of the car the first time, jumps out, you know, the position or the whole thing? Beautiful. Mine was beautiful. You know, let me say I'll say a quick story. I forgot to say it during the home and office. I said it in the past. It's a very story. It's bad to say. So the Amish fits in with the end of the Sefer. And it's what's the Shabbos, and 7 minutes left in the shoes. Reminds me of the same. Real quickly. Amaretz, that comes from Portugal, comes to share Europe, and the rabbi was talking about the Lechem Hapanim and he agreed with the whole thing. So he comes home and he tells his wife, I want to do Lechem Hapanim. Make me a couple of breads. I want to be able to share Lechem Hapanim. So she makes him 2 flowers and he brings it to the beverage. Nobody's there. He runs over to the Kodesh and he says, Kodesh Lola, I want to give you these 2 breads, special for you. He puts them down by the Kodesh. Comes back for Maya, Friday night, and they're gone. So excited. He said, Hashem's probably took them. He went around and got his wife. Hashem listened to Tina. And like this, every week, she makes 2 breads, goes to the ship, puts them down, doubting Hashem should accept them, and sure enough, he accepts them. One day, he puts his 2 breads down, and he's talking to Hashem, and saying, Hashem, he's taking the breads, everything. But the Rebbe happens to be there. He's like setting up the Shabbos. The Rebbe runs over and says, Shimon, what are you doing? Are you crazy out of your mind? You think Hashem eats breads? What are you doing? Well, he makes a whole commotion, and then the Gabi comes in. And the Gabi says, you're the person that puts the 2 breads there. You should go up every single Shabbos and bring it home and give it to my wife. This guy was so upset. The Gabi yelled at him. He found out it's not like anything. He said, he comes home. Now he's crying. The Arizal sends a messenger to the Rav. It says to the Rav, you better get ready. Tell your family that you're going bye-bye. So the Rav says, bye-bye. He runs to the Arizal and says, what up? He says, you're not going to make it for hours your last day. Say goodbye. So because Hashem was so happy about this guy, he brought a present. And he believed it. And he brought me a present. But now you figure out, Hashem's present. It fits in with the whole Lechem Hapanim, the whole everything we learned from the Machos, the last stop that says, Echad Amarbe, Echad Amamad, Uvat Shekad Alim Yishamayim. Person that's come on, he didn't know. He made a mistake, but he thought he really carbon. That's what I think we don't want. We don't want us to forgive from our heart. Zok Yimara. Hey, I thought my reading been enough. So again, a person looks at somebody else and he says, I want to give whatever you were in the Torah. The everything of the Torah, I'm going to make it. So you look at this chart. He said, let's take the green top. Anybody that's between the age of 5 and 20, go down. If he's a suffer, 20. If he's in a Keva, look at somebody between the age of 20 and 16, what's in this room, they're worth 50. 50. Okay, about 30. Look what happens when you turn 16. About 7 years. You drop. You drop from a 15 to a 15. Wow. It's brutal. Okay, so, right. Relatively, she doesn't drop that much. She doesn't drop. She drops from 30. Okay. Well, it's the same kind of, okay, fine. Yes. Okay. So anybody can do this. I can do it to you. You can do it to me. So somebody can say, I want at least the Bansky. Riley Stefanski is on the blue collar between 60s and 50. Not because I'm a good slave. That's what the Torah said. The other thing is, you go by slave. How much is this guy who's true value in the market? Why would you sell him as a slave? How much is he worth? If he's nice, muscular, strong, great. If he's a schwach, there's a hot belly, the whole thing, you know what it is. So that's already what you really don't. That's the difference. Okay, but it says hot belly. But now you should do this in the first place. You should say, I want to give away some English like so and so. It's not a good thing, right? Let's say, if you send the window, no, you have to fuck up. If you stop promising, then you won't have a sin. Meaning, if you do promise, you will have a sin. If you say, it's better that you shouldn't promise tzedakah than to promise and don't pay. Vitanya, it's even more than that. This is a puzzle reality. Vitanya, paying is always said, it's better not to make another at all. You were your mayor. You would think. If a guy's if a guy's in shul, simple story, and he buys custom Torah for a lot of money, does he get a mitzvah? So before he pays, does he get any mitzvah? The Ran and Dar says he gets zero mitzvah, zero until he pays. You guys are right. I thought you need to return for that. You don't get a mitzvah stamp. Now, what's the finish? So that also, I said once before, just recently, exactly says, well, what's the finish? That if you don't pay, of course, it's a bad thing. Finish is, some people think, they hire these people, these professionals to up the bids. So, you think you're doing a great thing. That a dinner or something is a bid more because they're helping Israel, they're helping this institution. No, because you're helping, that's the finish right there. I told you I was in a show. I couldn't believe it. In the middle of just a regular week. The guy that got on the wheel, like, the review is like $18,000. The guy that says, don't worry, that's not, he's just some fuckers there. Next guy, $18,000 for the show. But another $18,000 for the library, another $18,000 for this. And the next guy's $50,000. He goes crazy. And then I got another $4,000. So I'm going to 18 cents. And then I'm a running. I'm not going to say numbers. Don't worry about it. It'll be good. Says the Gemara. Italian, Turkish, Emisation, you make the Kalito. You're a mayor. If you like mayor, come and say, if you don't argue, if you make a nether, they're going to give stuff, and you pay, that's great. But the Gemara continues. I feel you're really come out of the boy mayor, I raise you. Now, again, there's another thing that everybody in the MDY knows. What's the difference between a nether and a nedava? The dava is dava, and that's in zoo. So when you say zoo, you're pointing at a particular animal, and you're saying, I'm going to bring this animal as a partner. What if somebody has this animal? You're off the hook. When you say Arielai, then you're not off the hook. Arielai means I will bring it, no matter what. So you do that. I think you're like, why do you say, Tony means that know them shall make another in pay? It's great. Only when it says zoo. Because that is not, nothing can happen. Nothing wrong will happen. Because worse comes to worse. So I really lie. Like arrogance. I really lie. I take it on myself. But if you don't pay, it's a bad thing. No good. Okay? You have a problem. Yeah. Even if you pay, but it's in a real lie. Right when it says a real lie, at the problem. Paying later, there's not the. Says the Gemara, the bays of the bays. Oh, I should really say the. Turning the dot, sponsored by Dot Global Specials in Financial Services by Murad, whose name on Iman Rossi, brought a lot about Spanam and Sharp of Israel. So now you're telling me, so the Gemara says, okay, so Hakol is not a Hakol. Hakol is after the fact. So how can that be? It says, Hakol Chayov, and Hakol Chayov B'Sukkah, Hakol Chayov B'Tzitzis. Everybody's 5 in a Sukkah. Everybody's 5 in Tzitzis. Since it became a fashion thing in Israel, especially, a lot of kids, and I was shocked and astonished the story. They had a picture that came out of this kid that got to some worker in a pizza shop that killed, and the killers, Jewish kids, were wearing tzitzis. Two of them were crazy. Everybody's kind of circle. I thought I was tzitzis. Achanami, the love of Hakila. So now you tell me Hakol means only after this. What? You're not mechuyev l'chakil. You don't. In the first place, you don't have to go to sukkah. You don't have to wear tzitzis if you have four corner garment. No. Chayav and Megan mean it says Hakol Chayav. Yeah, when the word Hakol goes together with the word Chayav, Chayav you're Chayav. Then of course you're Chayav in the first place. Tell me after Hakol Soimkin, Ephod HaNoshim, but they take out the word HaNoshim. You just learned that a woman is not Chayav in Smicha. What's Smicha? So it's when you bring a carbon, you put all your body weight on the carbon's head. So everybody should do Smicha, even somebody that inherits. Achanami the love of Hakila, somebody else even Irtza. It's a possible. You should do Smicha. Says the Gemara in okay. Fine, I give up. You proved to me that Hakol Soimkin means you should do it in the first place. We proved before that Hakol Soimkin is not in the first place. So what is it? Hakol Soimkin is in the first place. There's other places that's not in the first place. So what is it? If Hakol Hakila, sometimes Hakol means the first place. Sometimes it means after the fact. So as the Gemara, Hakol Hakol might be Hakila with the dictionary. You say in Yiddish, I don't know, at least I used to say in Yiddish. What's the Hanoko and the sex the cash? You ever heard this line? In Yeshiva they used to say. You make a Hanoko, yeah, you heard it? Is that how you say it or you say it differently? Something like that. Yeah? Say it. Okay, good. The next Hanoko, you're making an assumption, and then you ask me questions. Don't make an assumption, don't ask questions. You made an assumption in our mission that Hakol Soimkin means in the first place. And then you ask me a question, but Hakol is not, but the Tefillah is. Well, I told you about the Tefillah, Tefillah. You asked me a contradiction within the first 4 words. Hakol Soimkin is in the first place. So then why do you say, Ushki doesn't share up, it means only the end? No, maybe in our mission, Hakol Soimkin means the end, and then fits right in. Then the words right afterwards. Hakol Soimkin only after the fact. Ushki doesn't share after the fact. Then the evidence, Tefillah. It doesn't share it actually. Because of the wording, I had a major problem with the word. The Spanish doesn't share the Eved. The second part of it is it doesn't share means that it's only after the fact. Wow, then the first word, it can't be, we're going to put this back to these words, right? Hakol Soimkin is doesn't share it. It can't be that she doesn't share means to the Eved, and Hakol Soimkin means to the Eved. Why? Because then why is the mission repeating itself? As to the other level. So for that, we have an answer. But what? Hakol Soimkin means one thing, and she doesn't share it means another. There's 2 different stories. And there's 6 different ways to learn it. We'll learn 1 or 2 today. I'm going to tell you a story, but it's going to have to wait tomorrow. Put the story right over here. Great. Amar Rabbi Baruch. Shot number 1. Somebody who's coming. You become tamei by touching a dead person, by touching a dead mouse, by touching somebody who himself is an avatrima, he's coming himself with his zog. You become tamei. A person is tamei to perform shkita. Why? Because he's talking about chulin. He's not only some English, he's a shaykhah. Like every shaykhah today is tamei. They shaykhah all day long, even though they're tamei. It's the process. So the first word of the Mishnah, Hakol Soimkin, is the Hakil is talking about somebody who's coming. But what's the Kiddush thing? The Kiddush. The Kiddush Shinasu Akayas. We're talking about something special. No more second shots for both sides. Chulin Shinasu Akayas. What does it mean? There are people who, wow, it's late. I think that's Israelis. That's just the first time for it. You can't rush. There are people who, because they want to eat a carpet coming out, lemon, whatever it is, they want practice. So what do they do to get practice? They pretend every time they shut the arrow, they pretend that it's kosher. They pretend it's a carpet. So they say everything I am makbid on. Problem is, that's what guys are speaking, is machayis. But because you accepted it by yourself, such a chumrah, yeah, sometimes when you accept for yourself something, you said this thing should be awesome for you. Why did you do it? Because you want to become public. You want to refrain from doing something that you feel that you don't. You want to give yourself extra kedusha. That's how you give yourself kedusha. The Rambam says the person that does that, he becomes kaddish like the Shekhinah. What does it mean? It says in the passage, it's kaddish them, bisim doshis, be kaddish ani. Ani Hashem do. To become kaddish, when you give yourself, when you're pirish from things, so he's pirish. And he holds that when you do that, you have to treat it like kosher. Nevertheless, in other words, if you're tamei, you can't check something when you're tamei. Tamei for sure not. So I would say that if you're tamei, you can't check the food. You can't go to the regular shop place and borrow something yourself. So you could. As long as you know what I'm going to say, as long as the knife is long. I'm trying to play the words like that. As long as the knife is long. Because I'm going to say the case of the Roisa. How does he do it? Because he can't touch it. Maybe Sakin Aruka. He brings a long knife. Huh? You want to put it in? You know how to do this? I'm going to do this one. Sakin Aruka. Wow. Sakin Aruka. Stand from a distance. I'm coming. I chef like this from a distance. Bring this with that cup, no? There's a limit. There's a limit to what I'm asking to do. So what do? Maybe it's not going to read it. Show me back. You never touch the bus. So that's the Pakila. I can go, I'm coming, I can go. First part of the Mishnah, first part of the Mishnah. He's talking about, I'm coming, but I want to chef. So I use a long knife. Look at the first place. When it's a caravan, it's Kodesh, then I shouldn't chef. Shema Yiga would also have to be makbid because I might touch. If I did it, and then I go ask the rabbi after the fact. Or even buried, she got the fact that it touch. He talks like Sherry, terrorist, the other Nami, besides, that's what the Mishnah continues to say, that terrorist, show the Kalkin, someone doesn't have das, then they cannot. Why? Shema Yishu. Maybe they will pause. Cut, and pause. Now, I just want to show you this video real quickly. This artist, his shopper, took from the actual. He took from an actual footage. See those guys? They were real. I told him there's no more making it look that bad. You have AI, you can fix it. Okay, so anyways, the Gemara tomorrow is going to ask if the knife is metal, so the metal becomes tamei, and then the what? Oh, that's the amount of people that are waiting outside. Unbelievable. Okay, so let's hurry up here. Okay, so now Rabbi Isai, we're just going to go through this real quickly because a Pharaoh showed the Kadam could do something bad. They could do something called the Shema Yidrusu. Yidrusu means they take the knife and push down instead of cutting back and forth, instead of back and forth. Don't worry, Ellie. They push down. That's it, good. What's the next one? The Shema Yidrusu. So very cool. If you take a knife and you cover the knife with a scarf and you shut the animal, that's halal. But in other words, you cover the knife. What you do here in this case, and this is important to everybody, is if you're able to put the knife in between the tongue and the vessel, and then you shut. That's halal. Why? Because it's being covered by one of the simanim. You're able to stick it into the neck of the animal before you shoot it. So the neck is covering the neck, and then you turn the neck and you shot. Very good. Yeah, you got it? So, hold on. What do we have here? Trachea, Russia. That's regular speaker. That's halal. In between, this is Risa, pushing down. That's bad. Bad. This is bad. You don't want to go down. You want to cut like a knife. Slice. And this would be Shihiyah. What's Shihiyah? Cut and then stop. Oh, I don't know what happened over there. Okay. That didn't look like Shihiyah. Okay, we got to talk to him about it. So, says the Gemara, V'kulan Sheshachatu Ahaya. So then the continuation of the Mishnah. That if people saw somebody who said, hey, don't watch the whole thing. What is he talking about? He named my person. By the way, get this right. We're going to do this about 6 times. These same words, these 30 words, tomorrow, over and over and over. V'kulan Sheshachatu. It says that anybody, we talk about, here we go. The Pharish shows up the cover. And then it says a second later, before the Shechatu, the Pharaoh is going to be one person to watch, so it's okay. Is it going on the Pharish shows the cover? It can't be. Because that's not how you write it. You're right. It doesn't show the cover. The im Shechatu, not the Kula. The im and im. These 3 people that we just mentioned like that. That's how you should write it. You're talking about Bible? Hello. Either my person is a God, or I love you. It should say Be'im, not B'Kula. Hello. Maybe it's talking about the person who's coming and shafting, not outside of his English, he's not shafting in Fargo. Just regular food. He's just established those are the first 2 words of the Mishnah. But if you do this in the first place, that's talking about somebody who's coming and wanting to do this video. Before they say it, you also said that if he knows that he for sure didn't touch the animals, it's the shofet himself says it. That's good enough. So why do you need somebody to witness that he's okay? So the Gemara, because talking about the lesson Hamon the Nishayim. He ran away, we can't reach him. So if somebody else comes along and says, I saw that it was okay, he didn't touch it, then it's good. So the Gemara, I tell you, Midoshim, I can ask him, I can ask him. I tell you, Midoshim, I can ask him. When you tell me our Mishnah is telling us the big Kiddush of somebody who's coming and he can't shepherd in some English, but if she didn't touch, it's okay. Mazman actually had this Mishnah in Zvaki, but as soon as she shut it, she does it in Torah. She shchita cherry bizarre because shchita is good by just Yisrael. But nothing, you see, it says before, a woman could do shchita. Urav had in Kubit May. It says before in the Mishnah, coming to do it. Even with such a Kedoshim, even with the Karma. But we've actually been regular buses going around touch it. So it's not in our mission, so over there is what? So it's in our office. Over here we're talking about Hishah shchita. So here's the main thing. How somebody is coming sharp soon, but then we're talking about Kedoshim. Over there, it's their Chaga. I just mentioned it because we're talking about other tools that we included. As well. People might say, we should remember it's the Gemara as well, but we treat it up again. Castle Maker, Zvachim is the number one place. Because we're playing, if we're not touching, we want to say it's on its stomach, should not check touching. Zvachim is about touching. I need to come and tell me the police. Over here, it's dirt by that. We're talking about Chulin, coming Chul, coming on, we're talking Midoshim. So it mentions also someone who's coming Midoshim. On both sides, have a good ball, a wonderful day. You stay up for coming. Praise our Hashem. We're all going to finish this up together. I do think,
Where the sports is spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
All kinds of supernatural feats, including engaging with the Roman emperors of all the supernatural lives, all the great stories of the Talmud about him. Of course, we should also mention Shimon bar Yochai, who would be famous as the writer, allegedly, of the sacred Zohar, the central text of Kabbalah, that in a few weeks. But of course, Shimon bar Yochai is also attributed to have committed a great deal of miracles. My famous, of course, is that after hiding from the Romans in a cave for many years, he emerged from the cave and was so disgusted with the impiety of the people around him that fire shot forth from his eyes and killed a bunch of people. And he realized that his powers were too strong and he had to restrain them, and so he retreated back into the cave to wait it out. So we have to be like Jewish Superman. All of the guys that came into Superman were Jewish, so I don't know, maybe the laser eye thing they wear consider. I have no idea. I like to believe that Superman's laser eyes are attributed to Shimon bar Yochai, but I'm just gonna believe that. I'm just gonna go believe that they're derivative of Shimon bar Yochai. That's true. The image here, of course, is Jesus engaging in the exorcism, his most famous exorcism that did the Gerasenes demoniac. Jesus famously threw into a bunch of pigs and ran off a cliff. There's a really great anti-colonial read of this exorcism ritual that means that story for another day. Now you might just think, all this magic stuff is unique to a bunch of weirdos in the Galilee. Jesus and those cats run around with him. No. Rabbinic literature, the Talmud, is absolutely filled with all kinds of magical practices, including things like abjurations and magical incantations to be used against various kinds of demons. There are all kinds of demons in the Talmud. The Talmud is full of demons, specifically disease-causing demons. There are massive lists in the Talmud of lucky and unlucky numbers. One of my favorite discussions in the Talmud is Nezachim, the tractate about Pesach, where you are told you cannot drink wine in pairs because that attracts demons. And if you drink wine in pairs, right, that can attract demons. That's bad. So why do we do 4? Well, you can't do 4. You have to interrupt every single glass of wine with a unique action that interrupts. So you're always drinking the wine number 1, 1, 1, 1. Also, by the way, you ever wonder why we say on Pesach, everyone who wants to come, they can come and eat? We always say that in Aramaic. Why do we say in Aramaic, not Hebrew? Well, the rabbis say demons don't understand Aramaic. They do understand Hebrew, so we say it in Aramaic. Demons will get invited to our house, eat our food. I'm not kidding you. That is a belief in Rabbinic Judaism about why we welcome people into our home sciences, right? There's a lot of things that look a lot like magic in the rabbinical imagination, but what's really clear is that not everything is allowed. For instance, we read in Pirkei Avot, Mishnah, right? The more flesh, the more worms, the more possessions, the more worries, the more women, the more witchcraft, the more maidservants, the more uncouthness, and the more servants, the more death. It's a famous line from Pirkei Avot. Again, the more women, the more lives, the more witchcraft. This is really misogynistic, but we also see here there's still a combination of witchcraft, right? Again, only women. Again, what we have here, right? What men do, what rabbis do, summoning demons and turning making things, that's okay. It's when women do stuff like that. That's witchcraft. See it? The other end, right? When men do it, we can get by. When women do it, it's witchcraft. And see, and here's an example of what seems to be patented like a form of magic, right? This is from Tractate 18 of Bethel and Talmud. 18 has to do with divorce. The rabbis call on coming from a bathroom, a man should not have sex until he's waited long enough to walk half a mile. Why? Because the bathroom demon is with him for that time. And if he does have sex, his children will be epileptic. So we have a theory of epilepsy. We have a very good theory of epilepsy. Well, what's the reason? If you go to the bathroom, there's a bathroom demon. By the way, the bathroom demon features prominently in the Talmud. So the bathroom demon, once you go to the bathroom, they attach themselves to you, and they follow you for at least a half a mile. So I guess after half a mile, they go back to the bathroom. And so if you have sex, with the bathroom demon attached to you, then your children may become epileptic. Is that magic? Well, it'll do until magic gets here. It looks like magic to me, right? Superstition, magic, religion, the boundary between all these things is incredible, right? The boundary between all these things, right? Now, if you're curious about if I'm just listing a couple weird things, I'm listing the least weird things, folks. There are far stranger things in the Babylonian Talmud about demons and magic that I have not mentioned here. And I've got an entire class for the Federation, in fact, weekly class just on Jewish magic. So you're getting basically the Smart Notes version tonight. But I guarantee you, if I can fill an 8-week class with Jewish magic, I guarantee you there is a ton. So after the time period of the apocalyptic, Jewish magic really goes international. That's to say, Jewish magic leaves Palestine, and there is a great deal of magic out there in the world. And we have to speed up a little bit to make time here, but like a little bit over forgive me. In the early common period, Jews were associated with magic, and Jewish magic was heavily syncretistic, which is to say that Egyptian, Roman, Jewish, pagan elements all huddled together to form a kind of international magical practice, international magical language. And an enormous amount of magical documents and magical devices are attested in the ancient world. These are gathered together in what is typically called the Greek magical library, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God for their own magical purposes. Why? Because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God had some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are definitely associated with Jews that survived from the ancient and late classical world. So you can see here we have love spells, right? If you cast this into a fire to form a love spell, you see a Diffictiones, right? Diffictiones is a curse tablet here written upon in metal that would be used to curse people. You see amulets here that invoke angels, right, to protect you from various kinds of spirits. You see a curse here on the left-hand side, written on papyrus that has survived from the late classical period, early medieval period. And perhaps most shockingly, you can see one of the 3 skull devices that have been found with Hebrew incantations written on the skull of a dead person. Skull incantations we have, I can pull it up for you later if you want to read the entire incantation. But 3 of these skull incantations have been found throughout the ancient late classical world. And these skull incantations are something that most Jews would be shocked by. The touching of a dead body But also we have named people here in this curse as well. So, needless to say, right, looking at this on the screen, people would say, Jews don't practice magic. That's not a thing we do. Well, you got some archaeology to do with, like, really? Like, you got archaeology. There's a lot of this going on, right? And again, this is just what survived. If this one survived, you can imagine how much there was. You can imagine there must have been a ton of this going on. In fact, what's great about this one here is that there are spaces left for the names to be put in, which meant this was made commercially, right? So this device was made commercially, and then the magical practitioner would go in and add the names in later to kind of make it work. This is being sold. This was a commercial object you could buy in the shop or whatever in the market from a ritual expert, as they would call person people or company experts or whatever. A very popular form of Jewish magic in the ancient world, but also popular form of Christian, Indian, and pagan magic was incantation bowls. Incantation bowls were bowls with images typically of demons. Some of our earliest depictions of the demoness Lilith are found in these incantation bowls. They would be drawing an image of the demon that you want to find. You can see that these demons here are found with chains. You can see that their hands are tied here, or they're found with chains. And then incantation will be written around the periphery of the inside of the bowl. And this bowl will be buried upside down, right, concave part down in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in will be captured by the bowl. Right? It's sort of like a glue trap, like you use on a mouse. You don't use glue traps on mice, so it doesn't really roll. But kind of like a glue trap for demons. So these bowls were meant to trap evil spirits that enter your home by turning it upside down and burying them in the lintel of your home. Mezuzahs aren't used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in the home, still to this day in the Haredi world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure that they're in order, to make sure that evil spirits that enter the home because of a faulty mezuzah. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Kelsey Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Kelsey Museum on display. This is an excellent little museum there, but you can see this exact incantation bowl from my Michigan people. Get down, go to the Kelsey Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here this is a lot of wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles, but it's wiggles that look like Hebrew. Vaguely. Well, not everyone can read. So, if you can read, you might get a wiggle bowl. But if you could read, you would get the real incantation ball with the real incantation written around. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are with the pseudo-script. And by the way, we can always tell who they're meant for because the Aramaic ones are always for Jews, the Indian ones for the Indians, the other ones for Christians or whatever. So everybody's using these. There are thousands. If you get the chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls in the world. They will hold all of them. Really want to get your fill of demon balls, go to the Royal Ontario Museum. I also say that one day if we ever do Sophia Arts and Crafts for kids, they're going to do like Play-Doh, we should make Play-Doh. That's a completely authentic look. They're going to make anything. Make little demon bowls, make the inside with monsters or whatever. It's a great way for them to put them out of their beds, deal with their fear of monsters. I feel like this is an authentically Jewish way of dealing with fears about monsters and demons, allowing kiddos to make these bowls, maybe having the resources in trapping the demons in the bowls. So anyone who says again, the Jews don't do magic, well, I got 10,000 demon incantation bowls to put together. Just as a minute wrapping up, looks like these a little more rapidly. We're coming close to time. Other types of ancient words at this time are exactly books of magic, right? Books of might call books of magic. One of the more famous early ones is called the Sacred Heart Museum. I've done episodes on my New Esoterica channel on almost all of these books. So if you really want to dig deep into some of these books of magic, almost all of these I've covered in depth, 20-minute episodes or so on my channel. So yeah, this is a book called the Sacred Heart Museum that was recovered in fragments in the Cairo of Giza. It dates to around the 8th, 9th, 10th century, perhaps earlier. And this system uses an elaborate system of angel magic and magical symbols. The magical symbols here we'll see all throughout Jewish magic to use traces of gaining love or turning invisible or whatever. The Saber Harazim has a spell for you. It uses these various magical manipulates angels by using various kinds of magical symbols to get them to do what you want. Remember, the Sark Torah literature does something similar, allows you to rapidly learn rabbinic lore. Here we're having it used to do a lot more wider things, including things like turning invisible and healing people of sicknesses, also cursing people with sicknesses. So the famous text from around the 10th century is the Sarbat de Moshe. This is an Aramaic magical book that uses a first section, which are long strings of Hebrew or Aramaic letters, and then you extract out of those long strings Hebrew or Aramaic letters certain sections. I've highlighted a section here that you would use for doing various things, and you would use those sections along with a magical spell, and those magical spells would empower those code words, and those code words would do all kinds of various things like turning invisible, making people blind, cursing people, turning invisible, the same kinds of things that those magical spell books actually do. They're pretty repetitive once you get into them. So this one's interesting because the Sword of Moses is that long list of seemingly random Hebrew letters which are then extracted out and used for magical purposes that I mentioned earlier. So the sword is actually what's going on. Some of these magical words also show up later in Christian magical texts, which means that Christians were so interested in Jewish magic that they had the Jews translate some of it for them so they could use the magical power as well. And they gave it to Jews in witchcraft and killed them. But hey, history, dangerous place. One of the famous texts are the Sefer HaYashar and the Sefer HaMalbush. The Sefer HaYashar is a text of astrological Jewish magic that tells you how specifically to do magical certain kinds of days so that you can focus your magical power using astrology. Again, anyone who says that ancient Jews don't do astrology, well, again, that's the text that you're doing. Of course they did. Everyone did astrology. So we have a magical text that uses magic, angel magic and astrology to manipulate various forces of the cosmos to accomplish various ends. And of course we have the Sefer HaMalbush, which allows one to make a special kind of garment inscribed on with various magical names of God that allow you to do all kinds of things. For instance, summon an invisible army, which is one of them. Assassination army. Whatever, right? Very near Jack White. You can use the Sefer HaMalbush, the garment, to do all kinds of magical things, and you go on this garment with various kinds of magical names, names of God, and you fast these sort of things as well in order to enact the magical power. I picked this image up, by the way, FYI, because this is an image of a Jew from the Middle Ages, and notice he's also forced to wear a yellow device, but notice it's a yellow circle as opposed to a yellow star. So I find this image interesting because it's forced to wear a identifying marker when it's not the star of later periods, it's this circle. This is also in Germany. That's a horrifying perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic history is the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, the book of the angel Raziel. Raziel, of course, is a name that means the secrets of God. This is actually a collection of various books, including the Sefer HaMalach, which is still printed to this day. In fact, I have a copy right behind me. This book is actually printed in very, very tiny little editions that you can carry it around your house or put in your car. And even the book itself is said to have magical powers used to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical angelic script from the Sefer Raziel. These devices are meant to allow you to kamayot or amulets, which guarantee various things like success or defense from magical evil powers. So in here we have magical devices, and these magical symbols, by the way, date back all the way, some of them all the way to the Greek magical empire up to the first centuries of the Common Era. So this is a 2,000-year long process to practice in Jewish magic. This famous edition was printed in 1701 in Amsterdam, and like I said, it continues to be printed all the way to this day. In fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm, because the idea is as long as you have a copy of the book, even if it's a microfilm, then the book still has magical power. And I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the sparring. So this several copies lying around. And so here again, we see these magical images, and this idea of this magical script continues to be used all the way down to this day in modern occultism. It occurred most famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books called Philosophy, and continues to be reprinted in modern books of witchcraft, modern witches continue to use these magical images all the way down to this day. Jewish magic is alive and well. If you go into the Haredi bookstores, you will find books on Kabbalists, books on amulets, books on magic, psalms to recite for various magical powers. You can find all kinds of books. It's extremely orthodox communities you want to go. I go into Brooklyn and Northern Park. I go into this very, very extreme orthodox Jewish bookstores because I can blend in. I go into bookstores and I look at bookshelves. I find books of magic. There are books of magic about how to make amulets, books of astrology, sacred mausoleums. In the Haredi world, magic, Jewish magic, is alive and well today. New books are being written on Jewish magic, and those books are being practiced all the way down to now. It also survives in the liberal Jewish world. For instance, in the Kohenet movement. The Kohenet movement, as you may know, is a revivalist, quasi-pagan Jewish revivalist movement that wants to resurrect the idea of a Jewish priestesshood, and magical practices in that world are also incredibly popular. And so in that world, in the most sort of radical left-wing Jewish world, magic is also being practiced. So we have the most radical left-wing world of Jewish practice, magical practice happening over there, Israel Freeman Center right, all the way to the Negron, where they are publishing books of magic, Jewish magic in the Haredi world. Jewish magic's alive and well, folks. It never went away. It's always been there, right? It's always been there. How do we know? Because the Bible has to condemn it. Condemnation is always proof of practice. It's being practiced by Israelites. That's why they condemned it. Well, it didn't work. The prohibition almost certainly made sure that it continued to be practiced. It's been practiced all through time. The earliest part of the Bible we have is probably a magical amulet. We have evidence of Jewish magic reaching back to extreme antiquity, to the very beginning of the Israelites. We have evidence of it being practiced in the Haredi blackout world and in the leftist Jewish world of the planet. Jewish magic has always been here. It is here. And it will endure. Will no doubt endure. I have some recommendations if you want to learn more about Jewish magic, especially ancient Jewish magic. There are some of these great books by Robach and Hariri. The Hariri text, by the way, is published by Wayne State Publishers, so shout out to Wayne State Publishing here just down the street from me. So if you want to take a look at those books, I can't say they're terribly expensive, but they're really high quality scholarship. And you will learn a lot about the history of Jewish magic up until the rise of the Kabbalah. Excellent texts to consult. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, like to support my work by providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
What the fuck is this bullshit?
It is 323 BC. Alexander the Great, who has, over the last decade, 323 BC. Alexander the Great, who has, over the last decade, carved out one of the largest empires in human history, is dead. With no mature heir, wars soon erupt as Alexander's commanders and relatives fight over his crumbling empire. One of those commanders, however, does not see an end, but a beginning, and after being made governor of Egypt, eventually proclaims himself Pharaoh, founding a Hellenic dynasty that will rule Egypt for 300 years, ending with the life and reign of Queen Cleopatra. The man's name, Ptolemy I, the first Pharaoh of Ptolemaic Egypt. History as King Ptolemy I, Soter of Egypt, was most likely born in 367 BC. We have no clear record of his birth, but an ancient source called Ambrobii, traditionally attributed to the 2nd century AD writer Lucian of Samosata, claims that Ptolemy was 84 years old when he died in 283 BC. Which would mean that he was born around 367 BC. He was born in the kingdom of Macedon in northern Greece, which was in the process of emerging as the dominant power in the Greek world at the time of his birth. Ptolemy's father was most likely a Macedonian named Lagus, who came from an undistinguished family in the region of Aeolia in western Macedonia. Despite its humble birth, Lagus married Alcino, a Macedonian noblewoman who was related to the royal family of the Argead dynasty, which claimed descent from the legendary hero Heracles. There is another theory concerning Ptolemy's parentage, though. The Greek geographer of the 2nd century AD, Pausanias, writing in his famous Description of Greece, a travelogue of the Greek world of the eastern Mediterranean and of its many temples, history, and law, refers to a tradition which indicates that Ptolemy's father was not Lagus, but was instead King Philip II, who rose to become ruler of Macedon in 359 BC. According to this tradition, Alcino, Ptolemy's mother, was one of Philip's courtesans and was already pregnant by the time she married Lagus with Philip's child. However, the claim that Ptolemy was Philip II's illegitimate son, and therefore Alexander the Great's half-brother, was probably invented by Ptolemy much later in his life, when he was trying to establish his claim to succeed Alexander after the latter's premature death. Had Ptolemy really been Alexander's half-brother, the latter would almost certainly have considered him a dynastic rival and a threat to his position. Alexander might well have had him murdered, rather than promoting him to become one of Macedon's most powerful generals, as we will see he did. Instead, Ptolemy became one of Alexander's friends and advisors. Ptolemy is known to have had a brother named Menelaus, who served as a general in Cyprus and later as a priest to the cult of Alexander in Alexandria. But no other siblings are mentioned in the historical records. At the time of Ptolemy's birth, the kingdom of Macedon was emerging as one of the major powers of the Greek world. The ruling Argead dynasty had held dominion over large parts of what is now northern Greece and North Macedonia, going back to the early 7th century BC. The Macedonians were viewed as a rustic, semi-barbarous people by the more civilized Greeks of the city-states of the Aegean Sea and the Peloponnese. They fought differently too, often relying on cavalry divisions in their wars, unlike the infantry or light soldiers of the Greek polis. But eventually, the culture of city-states like Athens, Sparta, Thebes, and Corinth diffused north, and the Macedonians became more entrenched in Greek culture and society. What was more, the rich Greek city-states to the south of Macedon were now ripe for conquest. In 404 BC, Sparta had finally triumphed over Athens in the Peloponnesian War, a power struggle for hegemony over the Greek world that lasted 27 years and exhausted all sides. Spartan dominance over the Greek city-states came to an end in 371 BC, when their armies were defeated by the Boeotian League, led by Thebes and the Macedonians.